Good evening. Welcome to the work session of the Port Jefferson Village Board of Trustees. It is Wednesday, November 5th, calling this meeting to order at 5:05 p.m. Clerk Perlow, could you please confirm the presence of a quorum?
Thank you. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Franco?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Present. Thank
you. Mayor, Attorney Moran is excused this evening. Treasurer Gafka is with us.
Okay, thank you. Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I just want to ask for a moment of silence to acknowledge two extended family members of our village family today who we lost over the last several weeks. First was Sarah Anderson, the wife of Gil Anderson, who's a longtime member of our planning board and resident. And also, I see Trustee Hill is here tonight. We extend our deep condolences over the loss of your father. And may he rest in peace. And we'll have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a quick escape tonight into exec session, but the first I want to acknowledge Mr. Brian McCaffrey is here. He is our Stormwater Management and Program Coordinator, and he's going to give us an update later this evening on our MS4 program. And also, we have a presentation coming in from externally from a member of our Economic Opportunity Task Force. But first, we have some pressing business to take care of in exec session. So can we get a motion to go into executive session?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
Motion.
At 6:50 PM.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're out of executive session. All right, so our next item on the agenda is a board discussion on the climate resiliency plan, which is the final step, I believe, before we submit said plan and outcome to the Department of State, because that is the granting authority, right? So Lisa Maddow's here. Lisa, do you want to pull a chair up and just talk us through what this means? And to borrow, Matt, your trustee Franco's, what a gentleman, thank you.
Good evening. That's really loud. Sorry.
I know. Mhm.
I just wanted to first say that I truly appreciate and would like to thank everyone that was part of the project advisory committee, along with the CASA, our continued architectures.
Just push it back a little bit so it doesn't like echo, yeah,
How's that? Architects.
sorry.
The architect, CASA, the firm that also helped develop this plan. It was several years, 4 years worth of collaboration for us to get to this point. Since then, we have recommended this plan that you have before you, that you've been given the opportunity to review. We are at the point now that we would like to, with your approval, submit that to the Department of State for final approval. We have gone through the process of closing out this grant. The project was roughly $110,000, and the grant was covering $82,500 of the expense. We have been approved for the final status progress report that was submitted to the state last week, and our final process for payment has been submitted by the Treasurer's Office, and we expect them to reimburse the final payment probably in the next few weeks. We're looking at about $9,700 as the final payment for that grant to close out. Once we submit this paperwork to the state and they approve, we then can take this plan forward to apply for any kind of funding that can give us engineering plans or fund us for actual project implementation for any one of those projects listed in the plan that you have before you. And that is all I have on that.
So we've been sitting, I've been in the audience and listening to the iterations of this plan since 2022, I want to say, maybe early 2023. So Campani and Schwarting have been very diligent and sort of redundant in their process because it was required to continually review.
Inform and update and revise.
Yes, yes. So I've seen the plan. Everybody sitting at this table has seen iterations of this plan. I'm not sure if Trustee Franco has, but have you seen iterations of the plan? All right. So what is it we are being asked to do today? Is it that we are being asked to approve the plan that it can be submitted to the Department of State?
Correct.
Okay. So do we have a resolution on the agenda for that?
You don't for this evening. Do you need it for this evening or for the 19th?
It can be the 19th.
All right, so now for discussion of any kind of discussion, because this is a working meeting. So anybody have any questions about it or the process? What I will say, when I just asked for questions, but now I'll talk. Sorry, the Downtown Revitalization Initiative grant application often references this plan. There are several items in this plan that have use and can be implemented if we are nominated and receive that nomination for the grant, the Downtown Revitalization Grant. It's a strong planning tool for applying for future grants. Are we already applying for future grants or anticipating
So
that
we
will
already
be?
have the Mill Creek, the Jumpstart Grant. I've also had the village apply for another local water revitalization grant that could fund additional planning as part of this climate resiliency plan if we need be. You also have the FEMA 4480 flood study that's going on. So there is a lot that's already going on that we're doing that will enhance this plan that we already have in place. And we're already getting some grant funding, but having this complete plan approved is going to open up some more doors, and it's also going to enhance the DRI grant application that we're actually submitting this Friday. So should we get this plan approved by the state, the Department of State, when we get the DRI plan grant, then that would be also added to it as an attachment, and would offer us opportunity of that $10 million, that should we get that grant, that some of that can also go towards additional
green
items on there,
infrastructure
right,
and-
the Harborfront Park, and there's a bunch of things that are listed in this plan that we have in the DRI plan
Okay,
going forward.
all right.
It's a win-win, really.
Mm-hmm. It's the finish line.
It's the
Yeah,
finish
for
line.
this, yeah.
And should anything come back from the Department of State with additional revisions or anything else that might have to happen with this plan, which I'm hoping will not, they have already agreed ahead of time that they would work with us, continue to work with us out of contract at no cost. So that is a good thing in case they don't. But I'm anticipating and hoping that they're going to approve it now once your approval.
Who agreed to do that?
Irene and the Department of State, her supervisor.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
very good. Okay, so I guess we'll see a resolution on the agenda on the 19th, so we can vote for it. And, I mean, if we vote for it tonight, can we just attach to the application, or we don't need to?
If you vote and approve it tonight, then I think we can just add it to the DRI application.
That it was
Um,
submitted, but it hasn't been stamped and received yet. So it
Right, that
still
we've
doesn't
submitted
change
it. It still doesn't mean that it's DOT.
We can wait,
I think it's, yeah,
We can wait.
It's fine either way.
yeah. All right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Did you thank yourself in that kudos and thank you? So
Yeah.
I'll take the time to thank you for all
Okay, thank you.
your work on that grant.
That
It
was, hit the ground running. That
yeah,
one
that
was
was
fun.
that was
yeah.
the one. That was the one.
Okay, thank you
So,
very much.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. I'll bring it up.
All right. Next is a presentation. Jamie Earhart is here, resident and member of the Economic Opportunity Task Force. And she will be presenting to us today an opportunity for us to secure some empirical data on what our largest employers in the village. Have I talked about this before to this board? Anybody remember whether or not I've talked about this survey? So we're doing this the proposal is to do a survey of the largest employees of the largest employers, residents, the commercial district, anyone that frequents the village. And we are trying to find out, as we've learned from past presentations from our planning department, we have vacancies in our village, and we have developers coming in to create mixed-use buildings, and where we're trying not to see the first level of new mixed-use buildings sit vacant for 2 years before they get a tenant. So what we're trying to do is get a better understanding of what's missing in the village. What types of businesses, what types of services, what types of amenities, facilities, what's missing. And the best way that we think is to do that is everyone has their own impression of what's missing. We all can say we need a bagel store, but what's the data? What's the empirical data? How do we get that empirical data? And that's why, and Jamie is an expert in this field, and she'll tell you a little bit about herself before she goes forward with the presentation. And I'm grateful to you for getting involved and wanting to get involved as a resident and as an expert in collecting data and utilizing it for marketing and branding and building business purposes. So that said, I will let Jamie go.
Thank you for the intro.
Mhm.
So just to expand on that a little bit, I've been working with the Economic Task Force for, I guess, the better part of a year working on this. I do have 25 years of experience in marketing and advertising, so consumer data, collecting data is very much a part of the day-to-day of what I do. So I'm going to take you guys through this phased approach. So what we'd love to learn from respondents are, needs, habits, the way they shop and engage with the village, and also demographic information. This is going to go beyond what you're able to gather online. We have proprietary tools that we use that we really can dive in to not only get age, household income, but also psychographic information, values, and just a ton of data that the team would be able to utilize to attract businesses to the village. So we would take the approach to get local employers and get their buy-in, determine for hospitals, universities, and other large entities in and around the village. We would also look to survey employees of those businesses as well as employees of the village. And last but not least, visitors to the village, both residents and out-of-town guests. So this would be a phased approach. I'm going to go through each of these so I can sort of skip ahead here. So the first thing when you approach a research project like this is obviously defining what our goals are, what each target we're looking to learn about every, their spending habits, how they, work in the village, the things that they would like to see here, identifying and agreeing on stakeholders. We've talked a lot about, is this close enough? We've talked a lot about various people that we would reach out to in order to get them to, supply the survey to their employee set. So really the first step is just sort of wrapping our arms around what we hope to learn and gain from the survey. The second piece would be designing it and testing it. So certainly we'd be able to develop the survey to ensure that we're getting each target group that we would like, and then we would test different variations to make sure that everything linked the right way, that we were doing the appropriate workflows, and then we'd have the opportunity to refine that before it was deployed. From there, we would share various test links between employers, employees, and visitors. So really you could see here the first question of the survey would be able to determine kind of which lane the respondent was in, and then that would determine the set of questions that they received. And you could see here that just some sample questions. So for example, for our employers, we'd love to know what would help your business thrive and make you more competitive from a recruitment and retention standpoint. So each of these different segments has something different to share with us, and God bless you. And in addition to that, find out their willingness to collaborate with the village and work with us. For employees, it's finding out when they're working near and around the village, what are some of the things that they would like to take advantage of during work hours or before or after. This is going to go to folks that work in the village itself, at restaurants, so on and so forth. So just trying to get some insight to the types of restaurants that they go to, the types of services that they would like to utilize during work hours. And then for the visitor samples, this really is going to be an extension of that. So the types of shops that they like, the recreation areas they wish, what services do they want to see in the village? Is there more childcare needed? Is it other types of things? It's also an opportunity for the village to learn about shopping habits and the time of day and what days of the week are most popular for shopping or, patronizing businesses within the village. And certainly finding out, are there barriers in which keep them from doing so. In the next phase, we would send out the survey via a link and then utilize multiple ways to get in front of our targets. So utilizing email lists and databases, implementing QR codes around the village that folks could scan it and participate that way. It would be posted on the social channels of the village, Chamber of Commerce. So we've been working to get buy-in from various groups, from retailers, so on and so forth, to help support this. As anyone knows, as it relates to research, we'd hope to have a strong respondent rate. So we spoke to some of the businesses to identify who would be interested in sharing gift cards and some sort of incentive for folks to fill out the survey. So if it's a resident, if it's someone who works locally, they would receive an email or see a post that said they spend time filling out this 10 to 15 minute survey or however lengthy it needs to be, that they would be entered to win a gift card to one of the village shops or restaurants. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback there and a lot of engagement, so we feel like we'd be successful as it relates to that. So once it's deployed, then we would aggregate the data and provide an analysis. Certainly we'd want to provide the team with demographics and personas. We'd also want to provide, insights to areas of interest and what we feel like would certainly succeed best in the village, as well as an in-depth demographic report from a platform called Claritas. And then last but not least, the beauty of getting this type of data is that when you have raw data and, not quantitative and qualitative information that we're getting, you guys own that forever. So if the game changes, if you're looking to approach a different type of business, you have this data that'll support any of the decisions that you make in trying to grow the village and get new businesses here. So last but not least, it would be delivering the final presentation and report with whatever infographics and charts you guys see fit, as well as recommendations as far as what our various target audiences are looking for. So as I understand it, the next steps here would be approval to proceed with a formal proposal to do this, unless you guys have any questions for me as it relates to the survey. No?
Well, I'll ask, how do we plan to, this is great, thank you so much for all your
You're
work
very
and your
welcome.
colleagues on the task force as well. Just curious how you plan to incorporate the data that you would collect from this with our parking data and then the Pacer data that we'll have hopefully not too far, not soon, yeah.
Soon. So that's something that we'd have to do through our planning office, I believe.
Mhm.
And we have a couple of techies there that can help us pull the data together. We also have a data wonk over here. We're starting a tech committee. So I think that we're getting the tools together to be able to really build a benchmarking tool. And also the end goal for all this data, the data that Dan Parker and Andy have done in the planning department to identify vacant storefronts and look at potential businesses that might be interested in moving here. We have this DRI again that we're hopeful to get, and I have shared actually the data, the information from those projects with the applicant team, and they'll attach it. They said it was very helpful to the DRI grant process. So the goal is to have a worthwhile presentation for developers, commercial real estate, and start sharing it out and showing people the foot traffic, which everyone doubts. The options for, that would generate more foot traffic in the village, like a bagel store, for example, or a deli. I mean, those are the two most simplistic things that we could think about, and that everybody says, this is what we need. But then what are the things that we're not thinking about? And what are we going to hear from the university and from Mather and St. Charles and the school district and Stony Brook Prep and Comswag and, all these employers are going to bring this information to us that we can share with retailers. And it would be a great opportunity for entrepreneurs to come in and say, oh, this is going to work here. We could bring, and anyway, I could go on, but that's basically what we'll do with it. We'll put it all together and have a cohesive presentation for implementation.
And just to add to that, one benefit of having this type of data and this type of research is that depending on who we're approaching for a potential business coming in, you can segment and aggregate the data to support that particular type of business. So for example, if it's something that, leans towards an older demographic, you can segment the data to say, this is who you want to reach, this is how many of them are here, here's how they feel about X, Y, and Z, and guess what? You were on the top of the list of the type of business that they wanted in Port Jeff. So to me, that in and of itself is why it's a great supplement to any demographic information that you guys already have. I know the chamber does have some data that they utilize, but this is a great tool to help you guys bring businesses in because you can segment it for any demographic, for any age group, for any income group, and then present that specific data. So it's definitely not going to be a one-size-fits-all as it relates to you guys approaching businesses. It's going to be a tool in the arsenal of things that you go after, potential businesses for the village.
And it's not necessarily the village's job to recruit storefronts. That people debate that. But what it is, our goal to do is to plan for the success of the village. And that's what this lends itself to partner with the chamber, with the commercial real estate developers and the commercial building owners, to show them that the village is supporting their initiatives and picking up our share of the process by helping them plan and fulfilling the plans.
And will the surveys ask about like walkability and accessibility in the village? Because I live just down the ridge from St. Charles, so sometimes I'll see folks in scrubs grabbing lunch, and I always think it could be a lot more. Maybe they're picking up for the entire floor. I don't know. And I wonder, up from downtown to St. Charles or to Mather, some of the roads are less walkable than others. So I've thought about, it's less so it's really not that bad. I've walked from my house to St. Charles before. It's the lack of sidewalk that I think is more deterring than the gradient.
You're also young.
So, right. but our target is
Build
people who are on their feet
staircases.
all day.
Escalators.
For 10-hour, 12-hour
Right.
shifts. So if there's anyone that can do it, it's those folks. So just curious if that's going to be part
That's a good question.
of getting
It
the.
actually
Very good point.
was a potential sample question to identify barriers.
Yeah.
So some of the businesses have made mention of store hours and folks, their willingness to stay open later to support folks that work outside of the village but live here and then are coming home and everything's closed. So we can absolutely include anything that you guys would like to learn around that as far as barriers and challenges for the folks that work here of what could be done differently to get you to patronize the businesses more during your lunch hours or before and after work.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So how does this progress as different buildings are being built or whatever, Uptown is being developed more? Would this be an ongoing thing
So typically.
to see how things have changed or?
Well, if we were to deploy it again, it could be. I mean, it's interesting, someone had asked that question previously. So when you do a research panel like this, on our report, it's gonna state very clearly, the survey was deployed on this date, we gave folks 3, 6, whatever the weeks are that we give them to deploy it, and then it gets, like, the report gets created.
Right.
So it's not that we would revisit it in the sense of changing anything with the research or the questions. We would have to deploy it again. But the beauty of something like this is that if we find that it's successful, that you guys got the information that you were hoping to gain from it, then it can simply be redeployed. It could be something that you guys do annually. I mean, I feel like as a resident, if I was told that me spending 10 minutes of my time to answer questions that could potentially shape what was going into the village, I would absolutely 100% spend 10 to 15 minutes to feel like my voice was being heard. So, there's always that it's the potential of getting this report so that you guys have the information based on when we get the responses. And then at any point in time, if there's a particular insight or something, we would then have the email addresses of the people that participated. And certainly they would probably have a higher willingness than this broad stroke that we would do it to initially. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No more questions?
Okay, thank you for your time. And Jeff, I know you wanted to exit out of this, that I didn't do it properly last time.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess our next step for that would be to kind of figure out, get a sense of what, there is a cost to this. And the bid has seen this presentation and the chamber has seen this presentation, and they've both given some positive feedback about the concept and having the data. So I guess the next thing we have to do is just shape the budget, figure out an expenditure, what budget it would come, what line item it would come out of, thinking parking maybe. And you guys are you coming back up, or are you gonna go waiting for MS? Okay. So that would be the next steps, and Jamie would help us put together that budgetary peekaboo. So will you do that, Jamie?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were.
I didn't, it wasn't, no. It wasn't a question to you, it just became that.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you. Thank you so much.
However, I kept you very well.
Thanks for waiting, too, while we were. All right, next up is Brian McCaffrey, RMS4 consultant, who, part of our requirement for our DEC MS4, I don't know, is it approval or a regulatory requirement is to have this training of the Board of Trustees, so. This became a whole lot more complicated over the past couple of years, didn't it, Brian?
It certainly has.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for having me this evening for this training. So I'll just give a quick overview of what the permit is all about. And also talk about the accomplishments this past year, and then what's the actions for the upcoming 3 years. Let's see how I can go down. All right, so we are currently in year 2 of the permits. And went into effect in January 2024 and expires in January 2029. So there are 6 major categories or requirements in this permit. First one is public education and outreach. So the focus of this is really to just increase public awareness about pollution in stormwater, and then changing pollutant generating behaviors through education. One example is for people who walk their dogs, make sure you clean up after your dogs so that those the dog waste does not enter the storm sewer system. The second one is public involvement and participation. So basically just provide opportunities for the public to get involved in the program, whether it be through educational programs or through reviewing our documents, or if we do like a rain garden type of installation. So get public involved in that. The third one is illicit discharge detection elimination. This is basically a program that detects, tracks down, and eliminates any unlawful discharges into the storm sewer system. So this may be someone dumping illegally into the storm sewer, or there may be an illegal hookup of a sanitary from a home into the storm sewer system.
Could I ask a question? And I didn't mean to interrupt, I apologize. Would that also apply to people backwashing their pools into the roadway?
So that includes that, yes.
It would.
There is provision in the code, as long as that pool discharge is dechlorinated, you are allowed to discharge into the storm sewer system. If it's the chlorination that they're worried about, because that you may end up in the waterways and kill the fish. Number 4 is the construction site stormwater control. So this is basically to control site stormwater runoff from construction sites through hay bales, silt fences, and inspections. The next one, post-construction stormwater management, is a program for proper operation and maintenance of on-site detention systems such as dry wells, swales, rain gardens from publicly owned and privately owned properties. And the last one is pollution prevention and good housekeeping, basically reducing pollutants emanating from the village's facilities and operations. So in year 2, in review, prepared a illicit discharge detection and elimination manual. This is basically a manual for the village employees to use, that they can go and identify what a illicit discharge looks like in the storm sewer system, how we do investigations, and how we eliminate those sources. The next one is a municipal facilities and operations plan. This is basic guidance for and best management practices for the village for prevent pollutants from entering the stormwater sewer system, from operations maintenance of our facilities. And then next one is mapping of the stormwater infrastructure. So this is the storm sewer system. It was previously it was on basically a paper map. It's going to a web-based type of system. So we're working with the village engineer and contracted firms to develop this map for us. Next is the training sessions. So I provided training sessions to employees and the code enforcement officials on how to detect any illicit discharges, because they're mostly out in the villages. We're doing the training this evening for the mayor and the board of trustees. I did an inspection of all the outfall pipes. We have 33 outfall pipes that go to either Mill Creek, Port Jefferson Harbor, or to Mount Sinai Harbor. So I do those once a year and look for any signs of any discharges. We have public education messaging. That little graphic to the right shows some best management practices for village residents on how to reduce pollution to the stormwater system. And then we do reporting. So every 6 months we provide reporting to the DEC on the progress of our program. In year 3, so next year, we'll be doing, so now that we've pretty much set up all the planning, now we're gonna start doing the implementation of this program. So do site assessments of all the village-owned facilities, basically looking for, are there any issues with storage of materials, like oils, pesticides, fertilizers? Do we have, proper spill response? How we doing our grounds and parking lot maintenance, vehicle fueling, maintenance, do they do proper maintenance for, oil changes, and that sort of thing? And then also with the vehicle and equipment washing. And then, year 3, we also finish up phase 1 of the mapping of the stormwater system. And that includes, the conveyance system, the base maps, the zoning maps, roads, topography, outfall locations, and these are all set up as layers in this map.
So, Brian, is that the entire 3 square miles, or is that in a specific area of the village?
So it's the entire square, encompasses the entire village, but the mapping is only really down main streets. Really only where we have the storm sewer systems. So it's right down Main Street, pretty much from the train tracks all the way down to the harbor. And there's some tributary lines that go through, down Barnum and some of the other side streets. But the main trunk line is down.
So
down Main
not
Street.
the northeast side of the village, on the
Correct.
other side of the hill, does
Correct.
not incorporate the outflow into Mount Sinai Harbor, for example?
We have, there's basically 2, well, it would include that because there's 3 outfalls over there. So we do have, it's basically from a catch basin that goes down
Yeah.
into the harbor. So
Yeah.
it would include that, yes.
Okay. Is that the only one on that side of the,
Yes, there's only 3 outfalls over there. So there's one that goes north from Waterview, that goes straight out. Then there's 2 on, I guess it's Winston, right in that cul-de-sac area.
mm-hmm,
Those are the 3 spots.
north from Waterview?
Yeah, it goes down the big hill and then empties out on, I guess, a little bit to the north of where the cul-de-sac is. So if you go up the cul-de-sac, go up the hill a little bit on Waterview, there's a catch basin up there where it picks up before all the water comes down the hill.
Okay, I see. Okay, now I'm picturing, I don't know why I was drawing a blank, but now I know what you're talking about.
So the next inclusion in all the other actions is obviously all the other training that we've been doing, the inspections, the messaging, and more reporting. And then years 4 and 5, we're gonna finish up phase 2 of the mapping, which is basically just adding some more information about the conveyance system. Obviously, it's a closed pipe that we have. Some other villages may have an open pipe system. We're also gonna show the direction of the flow of all the pipes. Ours is very easy, it's all downhill. And then it's also identify all the stormwater structure types, all the catch basins, the dry wells, and the number of connections to each of those. The next is all the training. So all these plans have been developed over the prior few years. We'll be retraining all the staff and all these plans. We'll continue with all the illicit discharge detection training for the DPW employees and the code enforcement officials. We'll continue these training sessions for the mayor and the board, and then also do a wet weather visual monitoring. So during our rain events, go over to the DPW garage, make sure there's no oils and sheens coming off and flowing out off-site. I would say continue more of the inspections, the messaging. I'm going to do a full evaluation of compliance with our plan, our 5-year plan, and then finish up with all the reporting that's due every 6 months. And that is it. You have no other questions? You have completed your training.
Is that in Mariner's parking lot?
No,
Behind,
it's just a random one. I kind of like it because it does elicit a lot of comments.
So it's not in front of the fire hall?
No, it could be, but it is not ours, no.
it's
When I-
not behind
when I borrowed from
Zepeda?
When I borrowed.
There's
from-
like 2. There's 2. Oh, maybe on
But yes,
Barnum?
it could be any one of ours, during one of those major rain events.
So interestingly, the culvert project, the cleanout project is occurring currently. Mill Creek.
Yes.
And they're having a hard time finding how to access certain, like, we had to do some significant searching to find some of the storm drains, or some of the, what do you call it, access
The manholes.
manholes to get in. And I think one of them is on private property, actually.
I believe so, yes.
How-
Somehow.
Yeah.
How does that happen? I don't,
It was, it was
Hmm?
installed back in the 30s.
Right, it's done back in the 30s. It's done back with the
and then.
WPA project. I don't believe the house wasn't there at that point.
Yeah. And we're finding there's connections from some of the businesses in the, on the east side of Main Street, east into Arden, that back area in Traders Cove and Mariners parking lot. There are some connections that were made that we don't have any evidence of, like there's no as-built or anything like that. Have you ever detected those?
So I know that in the, I guess the Arden lots, there is one, I guess manhole we just hear water pouring into.
Yeah.
So I'll be working with the DPW, do an investigation to see if it's either a connection, or it could be a groundwater leak into a crack pipe. So we'll be do that investigation.
Then on Barnum, have you driven down Barnum recently?
Yes.
With the puddling on the east side of the curb line?
It's on the curb line.
Well,
I haven't noticed it, but
yeah, you've noticed it, right?
Yeah.
There's some puddling there. It's not irrigation. We're thinking, right, it might be coming from the water filtration.
Reclamation.
yeah, I know the water reclamation, that pipe discharges right at that bridge
Yeah.
area.
There's
So-
two discharges, one into Mill Creek, right?
Yep.
Pond?
Yeah, one at the
One
pond
in-
itself, and then one directly right on Barnum.
Yeah.
At that spot.
Does that constitute part of what we're reporting to DEC, or?
So that's one of the outfalls that I monitor. So it's not a illicit discharge, it's not a illegal discharge. There's no contaminants that we're aware of coming out of it. It's, coming out of a treatment system.
But it damages infrastructure.
It could.
Yeah.
It is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I know that I guess culvert underneath the road, I guess, tends to get clogged, obviously with the salt balls and other debris,
Mhm.
so we need to,
So phase 2 of the Jumpstart grant that we have, the phase 1 is the culvert clean out that's happening right now, the removal of things, and they're finding things in there that weren't in the RFP. So just a heads up to this board that we might have to go back and look at the at the content that was described, and so we're negotiating with the vendor, contractor, to see what it's going to take for them to clean out materials that they didn't anticipate were in there. So there's bricks and things like that. They're finding things in there. No softballs yet. But phase 2, so right, that's a $500,000 grant. So I'm just saying this for everybody's awareness that we've talked about this grant before. It's finally underway. The first phase bid was about 277. So we feel like we have a little wiggle room there for phase 2, which is to actually maybe dredge and get rid of the phragmites on both sides of Barnum Avenue. And our grant writer has actually been speaking with the county's grant administrators to see if they would, we know it's a definite use, and we know that could be why that water's backing up, right? Because there's nowhere for it to go. It's just getting pushed out.
correct.
So, so they're amenable, the county seems amenable, and would definitely work with us on if we needed more funds to that's gonna be a mechanical hand, it's not gonna be a manual removal of those invasive species. It'll be a mechanical removal, so I have no idea how much that would cost.
Yeah, that would be helpful to remove those, because there are, I think, 8 to 10 outfalls at that location, and it's been getting more difficult every year to hack my way in there and do my inspections.
So, right, how do you get in there?
Just hack my way in.
You hack?
Yeah.
Where are those outfalls?
So around, I guess, that bridge on Barnum,
Mhm.
so I think there's 2 on the east side and another 8 or so on the west side.
Oh. Okay,
Wow.
so,
We could use goats possibly.
Yeah.
Did you ever see when they have like the goats come in and clear out invasives?
yeah,
Yeah, or
That's-
like everything, yeah, yeah,
hey,
would be fun.
a lot
at
less
least.
expensive.
Could be.
Yeah, but then that would be a violation because they might go to the bathroom in there.
Right.
One step forward, one step back.
Yeah. That's interesting. So you know all about that. So, all right, as we move forward with that, you've been talking to McLean, you've been talking to or you've actually seen the work that they've done, the topographical and storm drain mapping.
I've been talking to CPADUC about it,
Mhm.
so he's been keeping me apprised of
Great.
the progress. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, well, anybody else have questions for Brian?
Yeah, I've been looking at the map. Where on Waterview?
Is the outfall?
Yeah.
So if you start from the cul-de-sac on I guess Winston, and you go up the hill a little bit.
Okay.
Pretty much at the top of the hill, there's a catch basin,
Wow, okay.
and then it shoots down between 2 properties and dumps out into the harbor.
Gotta take a drive up there and.
Take a walk on the beach
Yeah.
and see where
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
Can you see, is it visible from the
Yes.
from the beach? I don't think I've ever noticed it either. I've walked a bunch
Yeah,
back
only,
there.
only at low tide.
Is that the one that's coming out into Mount Sinai Harbor?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
All right. So next up is our monthly reports, but we are going to go into the, is this on the agenda for the easements? Is it actually, is it?
It's not as a separate discussion here, but we do have Dan here, and
So we have 4 easements, right, that the board has to approve
we do.
to advance the Commons project, which is the project on the corner of Perry Street and Main Street in the South Village area. And the easements are required as part of the project approval, correct? All right, so Dan, do you want to come up, pull up a chair? Or, I mean, you can kind of talk us through, are you here to?
Yeah, hi, I'm Phil Butler. I'm with the Fortelli Deacon-Tron. I represent the developer.
All right, why don't the two of you come on up and take a seat and talk us through this?
So I brought a blown-up version of the plan that might be helpful for discussion. You on video, and it has to be on the record, so talking. Okay. That mic, this mic. Yeah, mic's loud. Thank you.
You okay, Daisy?
Yeah, fine.
Tickle?
Just one of those, if I stop thinking about it, maybe I'll stop.
Okay.
These aren't helping.
No, but the one.
You want to grab this one or go over there?
Can I grab it? Do you want him to start or me to start? Okay. So again, as I mentioned, my name is Phil Butler. I'm a land use attorney with Fortelli Deacon-Tron. I represent Conifer Development, the project sponsor. So the project just generally is 53 units, 52 affordable units, and then a superintendent unit, 2,500 square feet of ground floor commercial space. As was mentioned, we're asking the village to grant us 4 4 easements. Just going over them very quickly. One easement will be a temporary construction easement over the Oakland Avenue parking lot for construction staging, because obviously we're taking up the entire site with the structure itself. So we need somewhere to put materials and equipment. And that will last until the release of the bond. There will be a bond posted as part of the building permit issuance. There's also a variance that, excuse me, I keep saying variance, an easement that would be granted for the transformer conduit. PSE&G has asked that we bury the electrical line for the project. So the pole that it would connect to is back here on the other side of Oakland Avenue. So we would have to run the conduit from the transformer, which will be in this location underneath the parking lot. So that's the second easement. And then the third and fourth easement is effectively the same area. This is for encroachments into the sidewalk area. The encroachments consist of irrigation lines, new lighting, new landscaping, and there's also going to be a grease trap for the commercial space. So that'll all be under the sidewalk. And then for aerial encroachments, where there's going to be just architectural eaves, cornices, very minor encroachments, but they do protrude off of the front of the building, and therefore we do need an easement for them. So in a nutshell, that's what we're asking for. It's not going to be substantive encroachments, I don't think, because effectively the conduit's going to be buried under the parking lot. The construction easement's only temporary, and these will be de minimis encroachments over the sidewalk. So obviously it will be held open and maintained as a public right-of-way. So that won't be changing. Just to touch on some of the more important points, I think, about the easement agreements that have been drafted. These were provided to the village attorney, or rather to Jim Burke several times. We went back and forth. He had comments. We made revisions. As is customary of any easement, there's indemnification language in there that if there's some issue created as a result of exercising the easement rights, Conifer or the subsequent owner of the project is required to indemnify the village for any issues. There's requirements that any disturbance of either the sidewalk or the parking lot are, restored following any period of construction or improvement. So there's things that are put in place to protect the village. There also will be a one-time payment to the village for permission to use the parking lot for the construction staging, and that will be a $25,000 fee that will be paid prior to the issuance of the CO. And that's in addition to about $200,000 that Conifer's already paid to the village for a parkland fee, a PILOP, and inspection fee. Obviously, that's a lot of information, so.
Any idea on timeframes? How long we're talking?
That would be a better question for my client. I can certainly get that information to you, but I don't know offhand what the construction timeframe is at this point. Conifer has not yet closed on the property. The trigger for them to close on the property is the issuance of the building permit. So that's kind of been our goal horizon through this whole process, is to get to the building permit stage.
Dan, do you have an update on that? Do you have any information on that?
Yes, for the building permit, yes. So yeah, we actually just received, we worked with your architect for their group, and we just received a revised set building permit application form and plans that were responding to a lot of the comments issued by active building inspector, as well as consultants we worked with. So we're in the process of reviewing those. We're hoping to kind of be on the same timeline as, as well as the easements, to try to get it through. We just received it, I think, yesterday or a day ago, so still in the process, but we are going through and working through those details now.
Is there an additional need to be in front of the planning board on any of this, or is this just administrative?
So this is purely administrative at this point. I mean, the biggest question was whether or not what they submitted here complies with what the planning board approved. We've gone through this, like Phil said, Jim Burke, I reviewed it, and we found it fairly consistent with what the planning board approved.
Okay.
Including, that includes the fee too as well, with the
Right.
$25,000, so.
So at this point, Conifer has satisfied essentially all of the planning conditions for final site plan approval. This, I think, is the last remaining one. There will be a few more things that have to be done upon the issuance of the permit, I mentioned the performance bond and then the payment of the use fee. But all of the other conditions of approval have effectively been satisfied at this point.
And that was 53 market-priced apartments and 53,
No, the entire project is 53 units, 52
Okay,
of which will be
that's-
affordable, and one will be an on-site superintendent's unit.
And this is I'm not going to use the correct terminology, but it's the medium affordable, right?
AMI is
Yeah.
higher
Well,
than.
There's
yeah.
actually an affordable housing plan, which we just got approved by the county affordable housing director. So yes, it's based on AMI, but it's a range. It's not just half. It's like, it's a 80, 60, 30.
It's workforce, true
True
workforce. housing.
workforce. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. This is a true workforce housing project. So this would be, folks who are just out of school, nursing, nursing at the hospitals that hopefully none of us end up at, or even our own village employees. So just want for
Right,
folks to understand what the
Right.
resident
Right.
makeup looks like, that's who we're talking about.
Yeah.
And it also will be marketed to people with disabilities and underserved communities and things like that, and veteran status as well. So it touches on a lot of housing needs.
Any other questions?
The electrical conduit through the parking lot. What's the width, and like, are you gonna resurface the parking lot? Or are you gonna patch that trench?
Yeah, so the entire parking lot's gonna have to get redone because it's gonna be our construction staging area.
Yeah.
So that will be, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that, go ahead.
Sorry about that. So the entire parking lot's effectively gonna have to be resurfaced because once it's been used for the construction staging area, it's gonna need it. And the conduit will be installed and buried in conjunction with construction, so by the time the project's done, they'll bury it, and then this will all be repaved. So we're not gonna have like a patch of asphalt going across, an otherwise pristine parking lot. And the width, by the way, it's a 5 foot wide easement.
Yeah, if you're redoing the whole
Yeah.
lot, that's, it doesn't matter at that point. Thank you.
There's also going to be repaving on Perry Street, because you might notice there's going to be some additional parking that's put up here. So we're repaving Perry Street adjacent to the site as well.
The whole street? All of Perry Street?
Up to this point, certainly. But if there's damage to this street as a result of the construction activities, we've agreed to make those repairs as well.
for the purposes of repaving the parking lot, has any consideration been given to, say, semi-permeable or
I
that sort of
don't
thing?
believe so, to be honest with you, but that's really up to the village. It's your parking lot. Our agreement is just to put it back the way we found it. So it wasn't really part of the site plan approval to discuss putting back a different surface. That also hasn't been factored into, quite honestly, the cost. The bond was based on the improvements, which we assumed would be a paved macadam.
So process purposes, Clerk Perlow?
So I'll speak with Attorney Moran, but my suggestion would be to vote on each easement individually.
Tonight?
I was thinking on the 19th. Would that be
That was what we
acceptable?
were told. I
Yeah.
personally wouldn't be able to be here. We will send somebody from my office, but that was what I was told was going to happen. We would come back on the 19th, and I assume there would be a resolution.
Because that's our process, yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
Any other questions? Bob?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
No, thank you.
Do we have a motion to close the November 5th meeting?
Soon.
No. A little bit more work to do.
We'll be quick tonight.
Okay, so now we get to go into our reports, and I'll start, Sylvia, with you.
Thank you, Mayor. As I promised, I'll be quick. So 3 announcements. The first one is that our village offices will be closed on the 11th, in honor of Veterans Day. The second one is that on the 13th, we have a Conservancy Casino Royale fundraiser. I know we've mentioned it before. If you haven't gotten your tickets, please do. And the village offices will be closed on the 27th and 28th for Thanksgiving. Our new Superintendent of Public Works, Gregory Munson, has landed safely in Long Island and will be joining us on the 10th. Little mishap, but he's okay. I wanted to bring to everyone's attention the fact that our Principal Office Assistant, Marissa, worked with General Code. We have talked a little bit before, some time ago, about the amount of time and the amount of money involved in manually updating our hard copy code books. So if we keep only 5 code books and the others are all electronic, we'll be saving the village between $2,000 and $3,000 per year. So we have decided that that would be the best course of action. There will be copies available for any volunteer board member or anyone that wishes to read through the code book in paper. They can come use ours. Okay? I thank her for that work. That's important because when we first underwent this project, we received different answers and it took a little bit of delving to find this out. And in fact, what turned out is that very few municipalities keep paper copies anymore. So
just apropos of that, Claire, can we just normally, well, I typically will just go on E-code because I never know whether the paper copy I'm holding has been updated, but I'm assuming that E-code has the latest?
E-code has the latest. The concern is that the update is not always immediate. It's a quarterly update.
Okay.
So for example, just today, Deputy Pelton alerted E-code that everything we have now should be updated. They asked us if we were ready for update, and we are. Okay? We do have 2 resolutions this evening to be voted on. The first one, to use plain language, is a result of the fact that when well pump repair began, we did not expect what we ran into. So that's why we have a resolution to fund additional emergency repairs. So that resolution reads as follows. Resolution number 11525. Resolution to fund emergency repairs and required labor needed to remediate the Port Jefferson Country Club irrigation well pump system at no net change to the budget by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget transfer number 41 as follows. Decrease expenses for line item CR 7990.1, Pro Shop full-time, by $14,694, and increase expenses for line item CR 798921, PJCC equipment parts and repair, by $14,694. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
And we can, it's probably worth just providing some clarification on that. I was going to go into it on the golf course update, but I might as well, since we're voting on it. The current well goes down to 178 feet. The pump itself was sitting at about 123, and the water level was at 120, which means one of 2 things. The water level was probably higher when they put the pump head at that depth, because you always want a water column that's at least 7 to 10 feet above it. So that was one thing. So the recommendation was to drive it down another 10 feet, so there's a sufficient water column above the pump. The second thing that they found when they went down there, and they did push a camera down, that had probably not happened in 2017 when we replaced the pump that time, because there was a big section of pipe that was at the bottom of the actual well. So probably blocking some water. should have been taken out before the new pump was put in, but, so those two things should go a long way to solving some of the intermittent watering issues that we've had on the course, because at times the pump was just sucking air and not sending water across the course. So, yeah, so that is what the additional 14,000+ is for that project.
So it's going to remove that piece of pipe?
Yeah.
Yeah, the piece of pipe was actually an extender from the 2017 pipe. They knew that the pump wasn't far enough down in the water, so they had an extender pipe go down. This is according to the golf course superintendent, and it must have become dislodged at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all contributing to all of this issue.
I can add to that. No. No, everybody knows about this pump now, come on. Okay, so
We have a motion and
do
a
we,
second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you. Resolution number 211525 is a resolution accepting the resignation of Principal Planner Andrew Freeling, effective November 20th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everyone discuss, and Andy was with us for about 2 years and a few months, and he really helped shape the planning department to become a true planning department. It was missing that piece, and someone of his experience and expertise brought to light a lot of things that now we know how to do. And he kind of was on his way to retirement when we actually hired him. So we got him for a couple more years, and you'll see him on the battlefield, right? Not this battlefield, different battlefield. So, we wish him luck and good health in his retirement. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
motion carries.
Mayor, we'll have a lot of additional resolution. We'll have quite a few additional resolutions apart from the few that I have. And we know some of them, what they are already. We've talked about it. We have 4 easements, for example, and we have the approval of the climate resiliency plan. We have a submission of an event application for the Santa Parade. So just to let everyone know, there will be additions. I'm sure the treasurer will have some as well. Wanted to let you know that. I will probably have a little bit of an updated report next month, this coming month in December, regarding the upcoming election. But other than that, I have concluded my report unless anyone has questions.
Where did we land with Maggio? Like, do we have a definitive, or do you want to table that for now?
So as it's a contract negotiation, what we would do is consider what was proposed and then revisit that, and then bring that to the board when it's ready.
Okay.
Okay? The trustee and I met with a representative of Maggio because we need to reconfirm our procedures and also their rate structure. So once that's solidified, we can bring it back to everyone.
Any other questions for Clerk Perillo?
Thank you.
All right, Treasurer Gafka?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Board. I'll try and be brief as well. Just to touch on a couple of things, I will have a couple additional resolutions for for the next meeting.
Excuse me. Thank you.
One of them will be a budget transfer to fund the work that's being done on the code vehicles to get the lights and the striping and the radios. I'm working with code on where the monies are going to come from to fund that, and also some additional uniform because their line items have run out of money with all the new code enforcers that have been coming in and out. So that's going to be coming. Also waiting on the results of the core sampling that was done on East Broadway to work with Hayduck on the possible bond resolutions. They're still waiting on the final numbers for what that remediation could cost. So those bond resolutions could possibly be coming depending on the results of all of that work being analyzed.
Is that in process? Or do we wait and then put it into process?
It's the analyzation right now?
No,
What are you talking about?
the borrowing.
The borrowing would not be, no, that would be in process only if we have a firm number. We need the actual number that we could need to borrow in order to have the bond resolution presented to the board. But everything is ready to go from bond council's perspective. Everything is ready to go.
So
We
this
just-
is an emergency, right? This retaining wall issue on East Broadway is an emergency?
Yes, that is
It's
what,
been deemed an emergency.
yes,
That's why we need to borrow money to fix it, because we don't have the money in
that is all correct.
potentially. Do we have funds to use to fix it while we wait for the money to come through on the borrowing?
That is all part of we do have some funds in capital that we could use in the short term, but part of the bond resolution has to state that we can spend money ahead of the borrowing. So nothing can be spent on it until we have a bond resolution passed by the board.
So is it an emergency or isn't it?
That's just the law.
No.
Yeah.
Do we let the tail wag this dog? Because if we don't make a decision on this to get it done until we meet next, which is 2 weeks away, the emergency could actually become a crisis.
I understand, but we still need to have the bond resolution. We still need to have a dollar amount to put in the bond resolution for the board to vote on. There's no way around it.
What are the blockers right now in terms of having a dollar amount?
They needed to do core sampling on the road to see if there was something that could anchor a wall, the remediation of the wall. So there's two very different outcomes depending on what the engineers say is there based off of the core sampling that was done. One outcome is there's nothing to anchor the wall, so they have to do a full-blown redo of the wall. And then the second one, which would be obviously much more expensive, the second option is there is something to anchor there, which means that the wall wouldn't be pushed by gravity and earth, so that would be less expensive. You know, I don't know the technical, what they would have to do, but it would be less expensive per the engineers. So we're just waiting on that analysis to be done and an actual quote from the companies that were requested to get the emergency quotes from in order to do the work.
And is that going to happen before our next meeting then?
That would be the anticipation since we have the core sampling, yes.
Great.
Just to touch briefly, we had the auditors in office at the end of last week. They came, they looked through hundreds of documents and went through, line by line through our revenues, our expenses for all of the funds. It went very well. They were in and out. They only needed one person here on the second day for the full day. I also was able to get them on the docket to come much earlier next year. We are scheduled for the 19th and the 20th of July for them to come in for the first go-around, and then also come in the second week of August to start the rest of their in-person work. And the whole point of that is so that we could have the AFR done, filed right on time, and maybe even early. as opposed to this year, which is has been a little behind. So that's a positive outcome. Also was able to save the village about $4,000 by doing a spreadsheet analysis for GASB 103. For compensated absences, the state changed their GASB, which is the Government Accounting Standards Board. They changed how you're supposed to come up with the computation, and you need to add in your loadings like your FICA and Medicare costs and all of these different things to make it a larger number. They think it's more indicative of what it costs. But thankfully had a spreadsheet set up that was easily manipulated to then give to the auditors. So that saved about $4,000 from what they thought it might be if they had to do it.
Nice.
Then one additional item, working with Parks and the bid on the holiday lighting. The bid was our Parks Department put in an order for about $6,400 worth of holiday lights that are going to go up. The bid agreed to match the dollar amount for what the village spends on the holiday lighting. So one of that match was an in-kind purchase of like a chair, like bench that will go by the Christmas tree in town, like kind of like a Santa chair where pictures could be taken and be done downtown. That was a little over $1,800, which the bid is purchased and will be delivered up at DPW. Hopefully not on the holiday, because as our Parks Department made very clear, they do not take deliveries on holidays.
How could they? Has that happened before?
I think it actually has. People have tried to deliver things on holidays or days or hours where they're not there, and
Oh, is it like an Amazon order or something like that?
it's through. I don't know the exact name of
Okay,
it,
I'm
but
just-
it's an online shop.
Okay.
And
Who's
with-
ordering it?
The bid ordered it, and that will be part of that dollar amount will go towards the holiday lighting. So we're going to track all of that.
So the bid pays for half and the village pays for half?
No, they bought the whole.
Okay.
They bought the whole thing
Yeah,
on
it
their
goes
own.
towards their-
Yep, and that's part of the match of the
Their
6,400.
match, right?
It was easier than us ordering it, them writing us a check, us needing a budget transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Just an easier process.
Mhm.
And with that, I'll open it to questions.
Well, we have this letter from the, it's from the parking committee, I think. And this discussion involves treasurer's office, so, from the parking committee, president of the Retailers Association, Steve Munoz, Barbara Ransom, director of operations. So it's our business district, our commercial entities, representatives have asked, the village, based on a lot of the feedback that we've gotten, they've gotten, everybody gets about the high cost of parking in the village on weekends. And, I wanted to ask this board what they thought of the request and the recommendations. It's a unanimous, pretty much a unanimous, they're in unanimous agreement, which they rarely are, that our parking rates should be decreased and the parking schedule should change. And I know we talked about this last time we voted on it, as this is a 3-year deal. And I think just my understanding of that 3-year deal was really, we came into that agreement and that resolution before code enforcement reform occurred. So the goal for the commitment to $1 during the week in the high season, and then $3 Monday through Thursday free, and then $3 Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the shoulder seasons, was to keep parking managed, to manage parking, because code enforcement was not doing that. And that was a consistent complaint from the retailers, commercial business district, the bid, the chamber, every year. they were concerned about code enforcement enforcing parking. And they're not concerned about that anymore because they see that code enforcement is enforcing parking. We see that code enforcement is enforcing parking because we see the reports every weekend. After a weekend, we see how many violations are written. And the goal is not to write violations, but the goal is to get compliance. And enforcement is how you get compliance, not necessarily $3 an hour for parking. So that's my take on it, and I'm inclined to be very amenable to what they're suggesting because I feel like our code enforcement department is doing a great job, and so do the retailers, frankly. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to talk to them about it, but they are enforcing parking with not just they're not just doing their job. They're explaining things to people. They're helping people with the working through the app or the parking meter. They're explaining the situation to people and helping them. They're like sort of running. They're being ambassadors to the parking system. So that's what we've needed the whole time, and that's what we're seeing happen. So we need to invest in our parking facilities, in my opinion. I don't know how this board feels about that, but I feel very strongly that our parking revenue should be reinvested into the parking infrastructure. And it's in need of investment right now. You walk through the parking facilities in the village and they can use some tender loving care. So, if we look at how parking revenue is actually spent, that's an exercise that is subject to a fervent debate. But I feel like this is the revenue that we can invest in our commercial district, and whatever that equates to, whether it's some staffing investment, whether it's infrastructure investment, which I believe it has to be, and improving the quality of the circumstances and the experience that our visitors have in our parking facilities. So that's the opening of the conversation. Anybody have any feedback, comments, observations, questions?
I have something that I remember we discussed when we first passed this resolution, and that was, it was a 3-year term, and I think at the time we discussed that if we needed to change it, we would change it by resolution. So I do think that they make a good case on this. There are some things we have to figure out before we just say yes to it. So the Budget and Finance Committee is meeting tomorrow night, and we'll be looking at this in addition to a number of other things. So I don't disagree that in previous years, whatever portion the village got was just added to, the general fund and the budget. What we need to do now is figure out if we're allocating it to parking and infrastructure, which I don't disagree with. We do have to figure out what the offset is going to be, or the impact to our general fund. So that's one of the things that the Budget and Finance Committee is going to look at, and that's tomorrow evening. So hopefully we'll come out of that with some recommendations, and then we can move forward on any changes and discussing them.
Okay. I mean, the changes we made last time were based on their recommendation, and we all went, they know best. So I would be inclined to approve this based on their recommendations. But the last time they spoke, they also talked about consistency. And now we're changing it again, which is fine. I mean, we have to, a plan is made, you have to change it. But I just hope that we're not going to get 6 months down the line, another change and be inconsistent. I agreed when James was speaking that it has to be consistent. So I just hope that this is going to be something that will be consistent, their recommendation that they're proposing at this point, so.
So I have I have a number of thoughts on this. One, more so on process. The letter itself is written as if it's coming from the parking committee, but then it is signed from other people that are not on the parking committee, and then from all these businesses. And everyone is, of course, welcome to, send any opinion they want in our inbox, but it is just helpful from the policymaker's perspective to understand fully who's making this request actually, and how is it like working through our advisory committees. Because this, honestly, it just seems very reactionary to when the parking fee changed for the change in season. And this is following the parking committee's recommendations. And I think I'd want to just more fully understand, and I think this board may need to agree on what are our policy goals from parking revenue. I think we kind of all agree there are multiple goals, and sometimes they're competing with each other. So we're going to have to strike that right balance. And those goals are, one, to encourage parking overturn so that people aren't just hanging out in our parking lots and, not supporting the businesses. Two, revenue to reinvest into the parking infrastructure itself. And then I think three, because it's historically been this way, is also to subsidize the general fund in a way that doesn't come directly from our residents. And I think it's striking the right balance between those goals. So I think we might want to just take a step back and really figure out how any further changes would impact each of those goals. And to do that, I think we really need to have a breakdown in one piece of paper, everything that the parking fees are going to pay for now. Like, I know that my understanding is they go to pay for certain percentages of salaries, and I'm perfectly fine with that. So that's beyond just the, infrastructure, but that goes to the operations end of making sure that parking is working for everyone. And then two, I really do want to see, like, again, what are the data changes in transaction rates? And that certainly we can't catch, what does $2 more spending at the parking lot mean for, in terms of the delta in spending on the retail and business side. But it's still, I think we need to have just understand, are there fewer people coming? Are they spending less time here? Just to kind of see what the changes have been since we've, or what the impact has been since we've made these changes. And because that's not included in this letter. So, and then, we just had the Witches Day Out event where with the $3 an hour parking, and the businesses in Chandler Square said that they had their best revenue day of the year that weekend. So that would indicate to me that it is not the parking rate is the issue encumbering businesses. It's more so the marketing of events in the village, because that was a really it was all marketing and why that event was successful. So I don't think there is anything wrong in this letter, but I don't think it is 100% right either. So if we're going to make a change, I just want to make sure that it's very thoughtful so that we can be consistent and not, trying to guess, check, and revise, 2 or 3 quarters down the road. And then the other thing too, which always surprises me, we still don't we don't pay for parking after 8 p.m. And yes, and every time I bring this up, folks say, well, that's because we're trying to encourage turnover, and after 8 p.m. there's less need for turnover. But there is still need to eventually have those parking lots paved. So that is, those costs would go into the infrastructure needs. So even if it's 50 cents or $1, because one of the things that they, that we ultimately passed was a change in, peak parking rates, which I think was the right move. So it could be that too, where after 8 p.m. we have a low peak or no peak parking rate where it's 50 cents just to cover the actual infrastructure costs of investing in, that go into parking. And the reason I bring this up, that it's important, it's different retailers, patrons ultimately end up paying that. The folks who have services during the day, 100% of their clients and guests and customers pay for parking, whereas the restaurants and the bars don't, because most of their patrons are in the evening. So that's why I'm always surprised when all these boutiques are signing onto a policy that says end the parking rate at 8 p.m. And it would show me that I don't know if they've had a full deep dive discussion on what the parking rates mean for their customers and what it means for other folks' customers. So I would encourage those retailers to really think about that, and if they want to contact the board and change their request based on that. And I think that's all the thoughts I have on this for now.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
if you were a boutique owner, what would you say?
Well, I think the way we have to do it is really just spread out the costs to everyone, because it's not the same folks that are going to the bars that are going to Simple Good and getting their nails done. I'm sure there's overlap, of course there is, but it's just something to consider that some stores' patrons, 100% of their patrons have a parking cost, whereas other businesses don't.
We have the numbers from Harvest Fest.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah, I agree. We need to make it a database decision, right, rather than just reacting to this. And the one thing we haven't really covered off on that kind of jumped out at me and came up in our conversation with the bid also is this continued problem with employee parking.
Yeah.
So, if we're going to tackle this, we need a solution for that too.
We need a solution for employee parking?
Yeah, because what's happening is, they're literally just willing to spend the $3 an hour to park. And so it's not helping with the turnover. We have employees taking over the spots that are dedicated to vendor that we're trying to manage.
Well,
I don't know that we can
that's an
solve that
employer.
problem,
That's an
but
employer matter.
I wanted
know?
to bring it up, however, because it did come up in our meeting with them. They had less of a problem with the $3 during our meeting than they did with the ongoing employee parking issue.
It was reactionary. I mean, some of the merchants were seeing online, posts about, boycott Port Jeff, and it was an emotional reaction, definitely, that was spurred by the change in it didn't change. It just, there was free parking Monday through Thursday, and that focus was on the $3 parking on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So $3, after some investigation, I did find out that $3 is one of the highest, it is the highest village rate on Long Island, $3 an hour. So there's some equity in their argument. And they do say that they spoke with all the, they do say, this letter says, the committee has met with the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Improvement District, and the Retailers Association to acquire feedback on parking. The consensus is all the same. Patrons are complaining that the fees are ridiculous compared to neighboring towns, and we don't have anything to offer to incentivize patrons in the winter that warrants the need to charge for parking. So I
Just-
agree with you, that, and Zena, to reinforce that this should be a data-driven decision, and we have the data.
And wouldn't that help if we have Pacer's information to see the flow of people to the community? Well, we'll be starting getting some of that data
Correct.
coming. Once we get that, I think it's, as you said before, it's a little bit reactionary. I think we need to see a little bit more information. Once we have the Pacer information, we can actually see the flow in and out of the community, and it's going to give us, I'm assuming it gives us times
So
a day.
They're also
So that's
looking at
gonna be important.
receipts. You know, they're
Pardon?
looking at receipts. Because foot traffic is one thing, but receipts are another. The feedback is that it was a really tough year last year over the fall winter season. So there's more to the conversation that occurred during the bid meeting, that occurs during the chamber meetings and offline conversations with leadership in the business district and some of the merchants too. I mean, a lot of the merchants, probably most of them that signed this. The bid had an election on Monday night. It was their board election time. So there were some incumbents that were running, but they had the biggest docket for people who are interested in becoming a member of the Business Improvement District Board than we have ever seen. I don't ever remember seeing an election competition, you know, like a competing for a post. So, and I think this board received an email from Karen Sullivan seeking consideration for, did you receive an email from anyone else who wasn't elected at the bid meeting? Any other interest? So Karen Sullivan's interested in being considered for the trustee appointment to the bid. So the trustees have an appointment. I don't have the list of who was elected and reelected. I'm going to try and state it from memory. I think it was Lauren Brown. Does everybody know Lauren? I think Skid Med Spy. Don't want to get it wrong. James was reelected. Mary Ann Ketchum was reelected. I'm sorry I didn't bring the document with me. I don't have the minutes either, but there was a reinvigoration of interest in the Business Improvement District, which has revenue to spend on things like marketing and branding and infrastructure and decorations and events. And so I think it's a good thing that this business community is starting to pay more attention, because the bid was operating as it should, with public meetings and minutes and elections, and but nobody was attending the meetings, and there was probably 35 people around the table on Monday night, which was really good to see, and I think everybody agreed that that's a good outcome. So Mike Crone from Castaways was elected. Anyway, so parking spurred it. Witches Day Out spurred it because it was so successful, and they really want to see events like that continue through the off-season, because it really did bring a lot of people. Harvest Fest brought people. Feedback that they did a survey after Witches Day Out and Harvest Fest, and the feedback was, we saw the numbers in terms of parking.
Yeah, I have them now.
And they were basically equivalent. But I think what the merchants were saying is that they saw more activity there was more retail activation in their stores for Witches Day Out, because it was specific to, they involved, the stores were involved, and they invited people into the stores to participate in, and then partake in, you know, invest in whatever events or activities or products were on sale. So both successful. There's now more a lean into the merchant activation and how can we get that done. So that's a consideration. The bid decided to separate from Kirsten Yaduga as their social media person for reasons that their minutes will explain. I won't get into here. But they also decided to enlist in the services of a company called something film. I should have wrote my notes. But they do work for the Patchogue Chamber, and the board agreed to hire them to be their social media content creator. And Melanie Gonzalez made a presentation to the bid board for a marketing, a consistent, cohesive plan with continuity for marketing and event planning support. So they were talking about bringing Kirsten in to actually run the events, and I don't think that is going to work out. But the concept is there, and everybody's very energized by it, by these micro events, these pop-ups. Sort of now, the next one that's coming is called Pink Friday, and I got some information about it in between, you know, during this meeting, and it seems to be getting some real support and steam, and so that's the next event. That's the Friday before Black Friday, I think. So they're really trying to create excitement around the holiday time frame, and then thereafter. They decided to continue with the Ice Festival, which is a big expense, but they need somebody to sell and market the sponsorships for Ice Festival. Anybody ever want to come to the bid meeting, please. There's two trustees are permitted to attend that meeting, so it's interesting. So they have their tree lighting event on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That's down at the corner lot where the frigate is located. They give out free hot chocolate and marshmallows, and they have performances. A band is going to be playing down there, as well as Sharon Felbrick's group, the dance group that's down there. They'll be performing. So there's a lot of activity going on, and it's a very fun and festive event. Brings a lot of people. Anyway, the point is that there's a newfound interest in figuring out how to make the business district work on the off season. And they think they're onto something with these micro events, these pop-up events, and the store owners participating in them on a case-by-case basis. So, Stephen, do you want to read out those numbers?
Yeah, so for the Harvest Festival 2024, there were 2,512 transactions that brought in $11,200.
Wait, say that again?
Sorry, too fast. There were 2,512 transactions that brought in $11,206. That's last year. This year, same weekend, 2,514 transactions brought in $18,673.
What, sorry, was the cash number? Last one?
18,673.
What about, that was Witches or Harvest?
That's Harvest.
What about Witches?
The Witches, I don't have that data in front of me. I could.
You have it, do you? Did he give it to you?
Or, I don't know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, talk amongst yourselves and I'll try and find it.
Hold on, let me look it up.
I think
I
you sent
actually
it-
do, I actually do have it. So, we had about the same, I didn't have the exact numbers, but we had about the same number of transactions weekend over weekend. It was within just a few hundred. And the revenue was up just a little over 2,000 for the same day.
So 2024 transactions were +2. Insane, right? That's like.
It is insane.
But the numbers, the revenue was $7,000 more. That's what made me think twice about changing the rate. And that was one thing that made me think twice about it. But I'm interested in, and I did that research on what other villages charge. And it's not why are we charging $2 more than any other village or $1.50 more than any other village, or $2.50 more than any other village on Long Island or in Suffolk County. So that's the research that I'm interested in seeing more of, because we want to be competitive. And in Patchogue, I do believe that, and also I know some kids who work over in Bayshore, and their merchants have parking behind their store.
Right.
They let them park behind their store. So that's why it's not as much of a problem. That's an overgeneralization, definitely, but there's 15 different data points to connect this to. But Kyle, you're right. We need to see what are we building on in the budget? What do we need? And what are we spending it on, and how are we capital planning with this revenue?
Well, the other thing, they're actually asking for two things. To suspend the parking, so there'll be no parking meter payment between October 15th and April 14th, which is the downtime, so I can understand where their thinking is there. And then to come April 15th through October 14th, to change the rate to $1 per hour. I mean, going with the other villages, I know other villages usually suspend parking. I don't know if it's that time period, but usually between Thanksgiving and the New Year, usually, parking meters are suspended. So we can look at these recommendations, separately, and see if we want to do something with suspending parking, and then if we want to talk about the rate change for the times that the meters are going to be on.
I have an idea. Let's send the treasurer's office intern out to visit and do some research on parking. He can call villages. All the rates are not published online. Some are. I think he'd love that assignment.
I think that's a great idea. You mentioned the capital. I mean, one of the things, what has been done in the past, we did the parking meters with 63,000, and that was done by, when we overshot our revenue 2 years ago, we moved some of that money over into capital to do that. Last year we did the same thing. There's about 100,000 sitting in the parking capital line, and then the other piece of that whole proposal last year was to create a dedicated no less than 125,000 to be transferred over to parking capital as well.
It was
Yeah, was one of the recommendations at the
from
time.
James.
So that is a dedicated line in the budget that's there.
And we haven't spent it yet.
We haven't spent it yet, no.
But
It's
we
there
were,
to be
the
spent.
intention is to, what?
The intention is to move it over. into the parking capital.
What's the project?
The project we're still kind of waiting on the parking committee to prioritize some of the projects that they want. There's a list. We talked about the Mariners Gap lot, that is an obvious need of a resurfacing. The counterpoint to that is that there could be development at some point in the near future, that Gap lot building. So if any work we do there could be disturbed, and then you'd have to do work again.
Did we talk about Salt Meadow?
Yes, there was some talk about Salt Meadow. There was talk about fixing some of the curbs and doing possibly a resurfacing on that. Some of those, I will follow up with DPW to see if we got some of those quotes.
Yeah, I mean, the work on the walkway around the tennis courts leading into Chandler Square is about to commence, right?
Yes.
So it would make sense to do any paving or curb repair until that job is done. But it makes sense to me to put to put a bow on that project of Rocketshire Park, Kipley Park, and Salt Meadow.
Yeah. I think according to DPW, they said when they looked at Salt Meadow, there's some spots that will need to be like cut out and repaved, but that they might just need a whole resurfacing, but they were going to bring in, one of the vendors on county contract to take a look and make a recommendation and come up with a price.
We need a quote of repaving the parking lot, the whole thing,
The entire lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
please. I
I
mean,
will
that's not your
follow up.
job to do that.
I'll follow up with DPW to see if make sure it's getting done. Or I can, if you'd like.
I don't know. Is that your job? Is that his job? He can.
He can.
He wants to. Please and thank you. So anyway, we could talk about parking forever. But we want to make a decision following Budget and Finance can spend a lot of time on this. That would be great. But they're operating without data. Are you asking Stephen to bring the data for the?
We have a working session. We do have a working session planned for tomorrow night, so I'm expecting at least some of the data that we have available to be made available to them.
Yeah.
Um,
We also have the data on the court fines and violations and all that. The funding from that. That pays for the court operation. But is there any additional revenue that doesn't pay for the court operation? So, not asking you to answer that right now, but that's something that.
Yeah, it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a big number.
It's reasonably easy to sort of do the math on as long as we know how many meter hits there were, what the average length was, we can pretty quickly do the math on what the change of revenue is on that. But the thing that I really want the Budget and Finance Committee focused on is not just that implication, but also what other capital projects there are that maybe we should be considering as part of that, and and the overall impact to next year's budget. Like that we need to know. And the reason that's important is because we're halfway through the year now. So we kind of have 6 months of spending. We've gotten the department heads to a point where they're socialized to start to really think about how much they're spending. And our next meetings with the treasurer are going to really focus on what do the next 6 months look like? Because we know that we're probably blowing through a couple of accounts. So we're going to have some overages and expense spending, I expect. And we also, if you think about how we got to a balanced budget for 2 years, that was really Part of that exercise was finding every penny that was stuck in the sofa cushions, okay? So, and projects that were not happening. Listen, that's literally what we did. But and so we definitely need to understand the implications to next year's budget. So that's a big part of what the Budget and Finance Committee is going to be focused on after the parking question.
Okay. Just, let's talk through reports that are gonna be needed for them to have what they need to be able to make some recommendations.
Yeah, I've
There's a list.
provided about 13 reports over the last 2 days. So
Yeah.
there's a lot. It's going to be a long meeting.
There's a library.
It's going to be a long meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
That
All right, are you done with your report? So we
I
can-
am if you guys are with me.
Any more questions so, just trying to get to some decision by next meeting,
Yeah.
so,
Tomorrow, in fact, this evening before I leave, I'll send an email out to, if you're referring to, I'm thinking already ahead. The bond about East Broadway, I'm going to follow up with Stephen Haydock to see if that analysis has been done and if there's any movement on a quote, so that we can make sure that that is going to be on the agenda for the 19th. I realize its importance. It will make sure it gets done.
okay, thank you.
Bond attorney keeps on asking me about it.
Bob?
Bob keeps on asking me about it. I say, well, we're working on it, we're working on it.
Yeah, I followed up with him before the auditors were here and said we're still waiting, on some data, so he's ready to go, though.
Okay, Zena, since we were talking treasury, why don't you go through your reports?
Okay, so first of all, for the golf course, and we already went through the well. Pat has finished the early order for next year for pesticides or for chemicals, and so we're going to be experiencing maybe 20% savings on that, even though the number has gone up. So we're trying to find the savings that we can wherever that is. Have been working with DPW on various other areas like aerating, fertilizing, and seeding Harborfront, Joe Erlin Field. So that coordination across the departments is working well. We are going to sort of golf course operations or golf club operations. The club cars, we have the final quote on that. I have a couple of questions that I sent to the treasurer. I would like to kind of list those out for the CEO of Fairway Golf and just see whether there's some wiggle room there and whether they've provided their best and final on that. So I'd like to work with
That's
you
contract
on that.
negotiation? Okay, let's talk
Yeah.
about it offline.
Pro Shop, we're finally in inventory management, so we did get an inventory report for October. So that just went over to Stephen, and that should help them maximize the Q4 cash flow on that. They're looking at some holiday orders to bolster some just Port Jeff Country Club branded merchandise. And let's see, the key events for those who are interested. We have Veterans Day is going to be a standard holiday schedule, but no mandatory cart rules. There's a cross-country event on the 22nd. This will be sort of an informal outing. It'll be a challenging 9-hole course that runs across the entire 18 holes. So for those of you who played the Superintendent's Revenge, it'll be something similar just a different configuration that you'd be playing than the one you normally do. And then Thanksgiving Day, limited morning only schedule, weather permitting, because, you know, we'd like to have our folks go home and spend Thanksgiving with their families.
That's outrageous.
I know, I fought it, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Quality of life. Jake and I are meeting with Renee because he and Renee are, Renee Lemmerman from Rec. They are going to start trying to plan out a winter program and see what the options might be for kids to get involved in that. So we should probably pull you into that as the school liaison.
Doesn't Renee have already have worked something out with the athletic director there?
Well, I'm meeting with her on Friday, so hopefully I will be updated then.
I think it'd be fine to use the village center too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And let's see, Jake is now working also on the juniors program for next year. So we'd like to see some more offerings to get the kids out on the course.
Great.
Yeah. So that's it on golf.
Is that it on Country Club too?
That is on Country Club too, yeah.
We got that proposal from Lessings.
Oh, yeah, we did. So we have to decide how we want to respond to that, right?
No, we just want to let the board know that they gave us something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then, not just that, but
We're not negotiating a contract here, we're just informing the board that they gave us something.
they finally decided what they wanted, yeah. So we've got to do the same, actually.
We're not negotiating a contract.
We're not,
We're
not
just
here.
telling
Not
the
here.
board that they gave us a proposal for what they'd like to see the first floor look like.
Yeah.
So we've, you know, thanks to.
Sitting on the edge of my seat, waiting to see
I'm
what
just
they
like
give us.
trying to Trustee Franco, thanks to your, you know, consistent and real interest in seeing plans come to the board, whether or not they have to be voted on or whether or not there's funding being expended, took that to heart. And we're really working with Lessings to try and pull all of this together so that the board has a complete understanding and can provide feedback. Before we bring it to the board, we want the CCMAC to take a look at it and weigh in on it and get their feedback in addition to our feedback. And then we can start that negotiation kind of process.
Yeah, and speaking of committees, the Board of Governors, I'm also waiting for the final output on a couple of grievance policies, medical leave policies that we've asked them to weigh in on. And
Kemper's starting on Monday.
Yep.
Do we want the Board of Governors to work on that while Kemper can work? So Kemper starts on Monday.
Right. Have we found a place for John yet? No. Do we know where we're going to put them? Let's say.
Well, I sent the email out today, so it was the question.
Okay. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to use the all-purpose room in the clubhouse. That would at least give them some working area.
The reason I brought that up, though, is because I think it's important that the Board of Governors kind of stand down on making policy recommendations until we get Kemper's strategic operations review and analysis. They do all their interviewing, their focus groups, all that, and then that can all go into. So not that it's not needed, because it is needed.
It's an input, right? I mean, they just had a chance to discuss it. I had to leave early that night, so I'm just looking for the minutes on where those discussions landed.
Trustee
can share
Ugrinsky,
that.
did the Board of Governors set the date for the election? Have they notified the membership when elections are going to take place?
Well,
They-
Kemper starts on Monday.
So then, we're not having
So we're
elections
really
before
looking
Kemper?
for Kemper to
Okay.
guide us through governance,
Even the elections, okay,
bylaws.
no problem.
The gamut. We want to do it right. So, they start Monday. The CCMAC is meeting when?
I think it was the 17th, but I will check on that.
Because that's something that, that would be an agenda item for them, I think.
Mhm.
The Halloween party was at the country club. You were there, I was there.
Great success. It was
It was
unbelievably attended. I think all the kids had a good time.
I've
Parents had a
never
good
seen
time,
so
too.
many people at the country club, seriously, in the last several years since I've been attending that party. There were kids there aged 0 to probably 7th or 8th grade. And the parents all knew, it's like really good community event. And first time a lot of them had seen what Blessings has done to the facility. So it was really a very amazing community event. A lot of it had to do with the fact that it was chilly out and windy out, and they were getting blown away in their Minecraft blow-up costumes. They couldn't.
Yeah, that's why I have so much leftover Halloween candy.
Yeah.
I said the same thing to Bob. I said, there were no kids, and then Bob said, Matt, there were like 300 or 400 people at the club.
Easily.
It was nice to see.
Yeah, it was nice. Okay, anything else?
Not related to the golf course. I did have the opportunity to participate or I've been asked to represent the village at Stony Brook University for the faculty. So, like, it's kind of been a progression, right? I was asked to judge a Lego competition, and then 2 high school, it's project competitions having to do with technology. And so now I guess I've graduated to representing the village, judging faculty projects now. So just want to make you aware of that. And the power plant working group has another meeting coming up. We are now scheduling a meeting with LIPA, so I am waiting to hear whether they are inviting their council, and if so, then I'll ask Dave Moran to be in attendance on that phone call. I expect it to be a phone call at this point, but it is really with the goal of solidifying what happens after the glide path, because there is a 5-year extension opportunity, but nothing's been papered, and until I have something in paper, I don't think we can rest easy on that topic. So, and that would be it, unless you can think of anything else that I might have missed, because that's quite possible.
Power plant working group?
Mm-hmm.
Anything going on there?
Didn't I? That was what I was just talking about.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I know, you were making notes.
Yeah, was that the thing that you're sitting at the hydrogen, Northport hydrogen thing?
Oh, that's an additional thing. Thank
Wow.
you. Okay.
I was
wasn't
listening.
sure if I had already told everyone. All right, so as you guys know, we, National Grid Ventures and NYSERDA have decided to do the hydrogen pilot in Northport, right? That was the bad news. The good news is we are still like in the top 2 or 3 For a production facility, that would be obviously sometime down the road. But I have been asked now to sit, and have now sat in one of the meetings for the advisory board that's overseeing that project. So they've selected a technology. It's essentially a linear tube. The reason that technology was selected was in order to provide a mixed fuel option. So it can be used with natural gas or natural gas and hydrogen mix or hydrogen. So that was the technology that they've landed on for this thing. So schedule is, their first turn on is probably going to be in the spring of 27. So they've got to get everything in place and build the infrastructure, and then they get to run it for probably a year or so to figure out whether it can scale. And then there'll be some planning on, what's next. So hopefully we'll be in the middle of those conversations too.
Okay. Just back to Stephen for a second on your report. You talked about the work product that you pulled for Kemper. Do they have everything they need for to kick off?
The only thing I'm waiting on is a tally of all the utilities. I uploaded everything else.
Okay.
And if worse comes to worse, I could just give them a total dollar amount. I was trying to get it broken out by utility, but if they just need the whole cost, that's something I can provide tomorrow morning. If that's simpler, so they don't have to wait.
Okay. Okay, Bob.
Can Kemper set up in the old tennis pro shop? Can they use that area?
Potentially. We'll figure it out.
All right.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll find a space for him. All right, you want to go?
Yeah. All right. Start off with parks. They've been doing weekly maintenance of all the parks, including lawn maintenance and cleanups and everything for the end of the season. Planted mums in the village planters and at beds. They replaced the pads at the basketball poles. They were all worn, and this was actually a recommendation from the Parks and Rec Committee. So those pads have been replaced, and new ones have been installed. They removed the loose items in both the beaches in anticipation of the storms that we've had. Storm cleanup is talking about that. Oversaw or assisted in the planting of the trees over at the planting at the meadow lot. And they removed the windscreens from the tennis courts, as they do every year at the end of the season. As far as the recreation ice rink build-up began this week, and the ice skating season starts on November 28th. During the month of October, 5,319 people entered the village center. Renee's working on a couple of different bus trips. Let's see, for the Old Westbury Gardens Parish Art Museum in Southampton, those are both sold out. Guildhall Art Museum in East Hampton, and Nassau County Art Museum in Roslyn Harbor. So those are some of the bus
Nice
trips
trips.
that she's working on. And like I said, two of them are already sold out. So.
That's probably, Grania is probably working on that.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. She's coordinating with the Winters Farmers Market, moving them inside, and she's also had discussions as far as the maintenance, as we have discussed in past, maintenance of the grass areas, so that when we go back outside, they keep on, they'll move the vendors so that they're not always in the same area, so that it's not, the grass isn't taking a big hit. She's already set the fireworks schedule for the next 3 years. So just in case you're looking at your calendar, it's going to be July 3rd, 2026, July 4th, 2027, and July 3rd, 2028.
And the reason for that, now there was some reasoning for that, because Lessings has their big party for the fireworks. and now they have the meadow. So they're going to open that whole thing up to the community, and they'll sell tickets to that. But they're also selling weddings, and they had a wedding that they wanted to put on for 2027 on July. It's the 4th of July.
2027 is the 4th,
Which gave us a little bit like, okay, Grucci, can we have July 4th? Because they typically don't give us July 4th because of all the competition and
Right.
everything. So this year they did. So because there was a big wedding at Lessing's on July 3rd, for some reason, the village always went on an off day with it's what we inherited. So we worked with them a little bit, and they wiggled. So we got the 4th and 27th, and then there are rain dates that are,
Right.
a little, hopefully,
Hopefully we won't need them.
right.
Right.
But now we can have some fun with that. We can really promote that.
And she's set up Mahjong classes that they'll begin in January sometime. So.
Really?
Yeah. So she's looking to set up new classes all the time. So Mahjong she's got she contracted with somebody to teach people how to play, and then classes will start in January. She's also working on after-school programs. And let's see, where'd she put it? After-school programs at the Village Center. My First Piggy Bank is going to be one, which is for K through 2. Chain Reaction Engineers is grades 3 through 5. Young Entrepreneurs, grades 6 through 8. And there's a February break program, Young Inventors, which will be February 16th to the 20th to coincide with the school break.
Awesome.
And as we talked about, the Halloween party was a big success. And
Renee put a lot of work into
She put
that.
a lot of work into that, and
Some residents did too.
yeah,
Everybody
yes.
helped.
Mhm.
Grania did. The Lessings folks did. Who built the balloon thing?
Pat Sullivan's wife.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as DPW, as we talked about the storms, they did storm prep. They had 7 call-outs from trees down from various storms to clear trees off the streets. They
They
worked.
also sent a notice out today. There's high winds expected today,
Yeah.
right? So you saw that notice,
Yes.
right? Sylvia
Mhm.
forwarded all that to all the trustees, so they're going to, if it's really, really windy, like it's 50, 60 mile-an-hour gusts, they'll report in the morning. They won't report. And so they alerted the fire department, they alerted our code, and so everybody knows, just informed.
Good.
Trees are falling everywhere, though.
Yeah.
They're falling everywhere.
Well, speaking of trees falling, branch program is completed or completing, and they're still completing the chipping and the cleaning up. Leaf pickup schedule is out, and it will begin on December 2nd on the east side and go through January 10th on the west side. They've worked on some temporary repairs to sidewalks over at East Broadway, I'm sorry. They had to, file down some of the sidewalks and then put temporary patches in some of the sidewalks where they've lifted up. Road paving has been done on Highlands Boulevard, Brook Road, and California Avenue using CHIPS funds. So thanks for coordinating the CHIPS money for those paving. As far as
East Beach Road looks great.
Oh, and that's right. Oh, and East Beach Road. That's right.
It's like
Yeah.
a portion of it, but
Yeah.
it's so much better.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Conservancy, as we talked about, Casino Royale is November 13th. Tickets are going fast, so go onto the website and get your tickets if you're interested in going. The Commission on Coastal Erosion, they continue to meet. They're meeting actually November 6th, tomorrow. The CAC had a very good meeting. They discussed a couple of building department referrals regarding Boulder Court, Pilgrim Drive, and Mather Hospital Courtyard. And we also had a little presentation from a concerned resident as far as gas-powered leaf blowers. He gave that class or that talk at the Civics, and he came over and talked to the CAC members about that. The next meeting of the CAC is November 18th. Tree Committee, they moved their meeting back. They were supposed to be meeting today, so they moved it back they moved it up to November 10th. They received, they had been looking to revise or review the code for tree removal. We got some recommendations from the building department, from Dan and Parker. They sent it over there, so they'll be reviewing that on the 10th when they meet. Parks and Recreation, they met, I was going to say they meeting now, but they are well done from meeting now, but they met earlier today. They couldn't reschedule their meeting because everybody had different schedules, so they decided to meet today. And it's my abbreviated reports.
The Haywood Field and Harborfront Park have both been aerated. So they used the plugs from Haywood Field, brought it over to Harborfront Park to add to the soil content at Harborfront Park and
That'll enhance the soil there. And,
yeah, definitely. So
because from what Pat was saying, it's mostly clay and, or not clay, sand and rocks there. So this will really enhance the soil over at the Harborfront Park.
So that's a nice shared expertise between departments. Kyle, do you want to go?
Sure. So from code enforcement, there were 12 online complaints received, 8 were anonymous, 12 code infraction investigations initiated, 12 incident reports prepared for complaints received via the code phone, which you can always text, 745 parking tickets for October compared to 520 in 2024. I think we're soon approaching the time where we'll start seeing 12 months of Cooper and Flammio, correct, right? Won't we? Maybe I'm misremembering.
What do you mean?
Well, every month we're able to see the year before, but you can tell the difference in enforcement. Yeah. So the gaps are closing.
I thought that was a new TV show, Cooper and Fleming.
It could be. They should, yeah. 18 field appearance tickets issued, 14 for illegal sign violations, and 4 for an illegal apartment above a business. No complaints for disorderly groups or excessive noise from vehicles. Again, if that has not been your experience, please email me or anyone on the board, or directly to code, or call or send those text message, or put your comment in through the village portal, because we do want to know those and be able to relay those comments to the 6th precinct to get their help there. And then the October events that they covered were the Harvest Festival and Witches Day Out. We've moved some of the speed readers, so I just want to go over some of the information on that. So we moved over one over to the school on, I think it's on Brook, right? Yeah, between Barnum and Longfellow. And the speed limit there is 15 miles an hour because it is right on top of the school. And the compliance rate is only 52%, which is pretty low, especially compared to other places we've placed the speed readers. But this is the lowest speed limit that we've put a reader at. So that's part of it. And still on track, about a third of vehicles slow down, which is always nice to see. And then the max speed was 51. And then we've had a speed reader up on Thompson, but this data's only less than 2 weeks worth. It has a 100% compliance rate, and some of the residents also want to make sure we get some time with the meter going on the opposite direction, which I'm sure we can do. That was something I wanted to bring up at the last public safety committee meeting, but I had to cancel it because of personal reasons. But an interesting one on this one, the max speed was 61 miles per hour. So even though compliance is mostly good, there are some people that are making it particularly bad.
That's going east, right? Uphill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's fast, yeah.
Oh, actually, no. This is going down.
Oh, it's going
downhill.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Be interested.
I mean, I honestly can't recall. It is No, I think it's.
Which side of the road
having a
is it on?
measure going, I think it's on the north side. I can't remember, to be honest.
Eastbound.
Okay,
EB, yeah,
so it's going up.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that's going up, and then they also want to ask folks to get some going down eventually.
So what can we do with this? Should we give it to the police? Should we give it to Casey, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should definitely get a full month, and then I can
Yeah.
ask Casey, what would be, or Officer Berry, what would be a helpful way to communicate this information.
Because we have all the data. You
Mhm.
see what the time frame is when people are speeding and when they're not, kind of thing. Maybe it'll just help them make a decision
Yeah.
for enforcement or something.
Mm-hmm.
Spot enforcement. It would be the best outcome, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we have, especially on Brook, we have a pretty good argument because it's the school, and
Yeah.
Trustee Franco and I went one morning just to see the morning traffic during drop-off time. There's certainly like incidents that are pretty bad. It's always, like anything in life, it's a very small number that ruins it for
It's
That
just
the larger.
It's just hard to maintain 15 down Brook. We
Yeah,
talked
it
about
is,
that.
yeah.
I mean, you really are just sitting on your brake the whole way down because it's pretty steep. And, but for the most part, people were pretty compliant on it
Mhm.
that day, at least that morning.
At the Halloween party, we had this, and I forget what they called it. There was some program, I don't know, virtual backpack. That wasn't the name of it, but it was a notice to all the parents or of all the kids. And maybe the school could do something like that, just to say, hey, just remember, Brook Road, the speed limit's 15. It's in a school zone. Please watch your speed.
They
Yeah,
had-
maybe you want to bring it to the
Yeah.
school group. And
We
then
we
make
did.
sure
We
they-
mentioned it to the superintendent. It was when we discussed students parking on Longfellow after that accident. They resent out again, but I'll send another reminder to maybe just send a gentle reminder out to everyone that monitor their speed. They did, when you're finished, I'll go into some other things.
Yeah, that's it for me. So happy to hand it off unless there are other questions from folks.
No.
All right.
So the school district working group, we reviewed the MOU that trustee Ugrinsky provided us. There was a board member at the meeting and a and someone from the PTA. They made some modifications to it. We then provided it to the superintendent for their review and the Board of Ed so that we can get some of their input. And so when they send it back, we can kind of meet again and discuss, what they would like to do with that. We also discussed, it was brought up about potentially, and that's why I was trying to meet with trustee Ugrinsky last week at the golf course. There was an idea about putting a sign, someplace on the roadway up, like home of the Royals. So I'd spoken to Brian Snow, who's on the team, and he deals with the STEM group, and they were going to make the sign in-house at the school and then provide it to us, and then if we could install it, that would be fantastic. And we'd have to give them some input as far as if there was something that we'd want, but we'd have to sit down with the CCMAC and obviously trustee Ugrinsky to kind of find a location and see if that would be amenable.
We should also say the years that they won the state championships.
That would be fantastic.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's segue to championships. So the,
Well, before you finish with MOU, did we add the golf teams to that? Or had we not gotten to that yet?
I'll get back to you on that. I'm not
Okay.
sure. I'd have to look at that. It's not ringing a bell right now.
Okay.
Speaking of championships, the boys soccer team won the Suffolk County Championship, the first time in 12 years. Unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, they lost in the regional finals 3-0 tonight.
Oh.
I know, terrible, but it was a
Who
really.
did play?
I forgot, it was Southern something, upstate.
Upstate.
Yeah, I forget what it is.
Oh.
Pretty good team. But that was a nice season for them.
Are they young or are they
They're a
mature?
mix. They have a mix. They have some. I think their scorers are seniors, but most of the team's coming back. But yeah, it was nice to see them win. It was fun. All right. So then I had reached out to Clerk Perillo about potentially a banner. The school had asked if they could put up a banner for the National Ribbon. Obviously, we have a banner situation here. So we were discussing also having them put signage on the poles. Pole flags, yes, ma'am. I spoke to the Royal Foundation, and they said, we're going to meet when the group meets this week, we're going to discuss that. We might be able to apply for some grants so that they can fund them.
They're very cheap.
Absolutely, but
You know,
I
like
get
they're
it.
$68 a piece.
They're
Listen,
not $80 each.
Understood, but
I'll donate for one.
I tried to donate. I was told I couldn't do that, but anyhow, we'll get back to that.
You can donate to the Royal Education
All
Foundation.
right, so anyhow, I discussed it with the Royal Education Foundation. We're gonna fill out some grants and see if we can get them to fund them, because there's a bunch of things they want to, maybe acknowledge.
Oh, because they give out grants. Is that what you're talking
Yes.
about?
The Royal
Granted
Foundation.
by the Royal Education
Yes,
Foundation.
yes.
Not going out and applying for
No,
grants.
no.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it. I got it.
They
I
give
got
us,
it.
so we're gonna discuss that
Okay.
this next week.
All right.
So we have some ideas, and we'll kind of get that a little more formulated. with this.
Do they
So-
have the parameter?
No, that's what I was just gonna say. So, as part of my response to you, I said, I mentioned details.
Yep.
Right? So, in order for them to get quotes, they should know the size, details like grommets.
All things we're gonna discuss at the next meeting and then present to
Wind
the school
holes.
district, yeah.
And also how to hang them.
Yes, well,
We can provide the labor.
oh, that would be great,
Just
potentially,
send the specs.
if you have them, that'd be great, that would just,
Because the yacht club did it for their,
Oh,
for
fantastic.
their,
that would be, that would be really helpful.
why can't I think of the regatta? And Dickens is doing it.
Excellent. So, I attended the school district safety committee Zoom meeting, and that was really very informative. They are really on top of everything. They are insightful. They did ask, and I'm going to reach out to Trustee Hill next week about potentially having code go back in just for a touch-up at the drop-off, a pickup at the high school, and a drop-off at the elementary school.
Yeah, how's that working out?
It's good, but people fall back into normal patterns. So they just want us to maybe help them with a little reminder, and the school district's, again, going to reinforce it with emails sent out, and I think if we do that combination, the superintendent requested that, it would be pretty helpful for them, so, last thing, the kindness award, because there was some discrepancies as far as, potential funding complaints and whatever the other issues that Attorney Moran brought up, I transitioned the kindness award to the district. So now they are going to handle the kindness award, because obviously whatever the reasons were. But I did ask Attorney Moran to just draft me like the rationale as far as what his concerns was, so I could bring it to the group and see if there's anything we can do to modify. So I'm just waiting for his response.
But we can still acknowledge them.
Recognize them, yeah.
Right, recognize them.
Certainly, but as I said, the original plan was, at the 11th hour was kind of, there was some concern, so now, rather than, leaving these 6 children that should be receiving this award, the school district was kind enough to say that they would just take care of it and address that issue. But if Attorney Moran can give me what his concerns were, and then I can bring it to the working group, and we can kind of see if we can remodel it. That's the plan. And that's it. And congratulations again to the boys. Nice job, soccer team.
Thank you. Just want to call out the folks who spent time down at the farmer's market the last 3 weeks. Trustee Hill, Trustee Ugrinsky, Lisa Matto, Andy Freeling, Dan Gross, and myself, taking questions, taking feedback, and comments, and putting them down on Post-its, and reviewing the potential projects that are going into the Downtown Revitalization Initiative project that we're working on. This board voted to commission VHB to put that grant together for us, and they've been doing a great job. It's been, a sprint because the grant is due on November 7th. So we had these 3 weeks leading up to the deadline to table at farmer's market, and it was, I don't know how I think you had a very great experience doing it. You had a great,
There was a lot of resident feedback. I thought the two sides of the board were great, right? Because it was also a way to capture some of the good feelings that people have, like already, and we got some of those. But more importantly, I think if there was a theme, it was trolley, right? It's like
One
the
person brought it up,
connecting the upper and lower port in some form or fashion that
Mhm.
makes it easy to get from the train to the ferry if you're on foot, right? And just generally connect those two important pivot points for
did anybody
us.
say monorail? No one said monorail to me. No. So, we're in the final throes of the drafting of the proposal. It's about 30 pages. And VHB is doing a great job. Lisa and I both reviewed it. If anybody wants to review it, it's due, Friday. They want to have it all tucked in and ready to go tomorrow. So I just want to read off a list of the entities that have provided a letter of support, if you're interested in that. Assemblywoman Cassay, Senator Palumbo, Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine, Brookhaven Town Supervisor Dan Panico, Business Improvement District, Historical Society, Chamber of Commerce, Civic Association from Port Jefferson, Port Jefferson School District, Economic Opportunity Task Force, Danford's Hotel, Marina and Spa, Port Jefferson Yacht Club, Stony Brook University President's Office, Stony Brook University Office of Student Affairs, Mather Hospital, St. Charles Hospital, Bridgeport, Port Jefferson Ferry, the Shipyard, Conifer, Northwind Group for Chandler Square and Over Bay, Jefferson's Ferry Senior Complex, CASA, the architectural firm, Campani and Schwarting, the Gito Group, and the Architectural Review Committee. So,
Conservancy said something too, didn't they?
Conservancy as well. Where are they? There it is, right there. I just don't have a date that I received it, so I read it off. So anyway, there's a lot of community support on this, and we got a lot of feedback from the tabling too. Like people came up, Michael Schwarting, Bob Larrabee came up and gave us, here's what we think you should do, like not just a little yellow post-it, but real significant input. So it's very gratifying, and I don't want to get over our skis with enthusiasm or anything like that, 'cause I'm always very disappointed if we don't get a grant. But the work on this one has been very good. We have New York State funding and other grant funding that we've identified as investments in Port Jefferson already, which parlay into whatever the DRI will help support. And when I read off these letters of support, these are the co-sponsors of some of the projects that we're going to need to move forward, because projects need co-sponsors, and developers and not-for-profits and the Conservancy will be a co-sponsor. So there's a lot of community engagement, and if we do get this grant, if we do get selected and nominated, the real work begins. Then a firm is identified by the state to work with the village and its sponsors to really pull together the actual plan. So, and all the components thereof. So, that's all I'll say. Keep your fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Yeah. Just got 2 requests recently, coincidentally, I think, for mirror locations, like those mirrors, so you can
Oh.
see what's coming around the bend. One is at Roosevelt, and does DPW just install these?
I-
Upon request?
I think so.
Alright.
I'm not sure. I did notice that there was one just by the bridge over at
Sheep pasture?
Sheep Pasture.
So they're looking for one on, it was
Roosevelt and-
requested on Roosevelt and Old Post Road West, and Sheldrake, and I think somewhere around Sheldrake. I have it written down.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. That would be great. That's, if that could be low-hanging fruit. Sylvia,
We've had public safety's talked about one too. Actually, Keith Ottendorfer brought it up on, I want to make sure I'm getting the right spot. I think it's where Scraggy meets Thompson, that,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's, he said toward Thompson,
Mhm.
when you kind of, where you meet Scraggy, you have to make that extreme
Yeah.
look back.
yeah.
So if DPW can do those, that would be great.
We got notification that Suffolk County Board of Elections is no longer providing voting machines. Can you update this board about
What?
that?
What?
I was gonna save it for next month, but sure.
Why?
In a surprise twist of fate, they kept this information very secret. Board of Elections sent out a letter letting everyone know that they would no longer be providing machines, people, or certain forms of telephone service.
You want home rule? You got it.
So,
I mean, why would they do that?
Why? That's awful. That's,
part of the letter said, first come, first serve if you want voting machines and privacy booths. So I requested 2 voting machines and 6 privacy booths. So we have quite a few wrinkles. We're
Can I
together.
interject something for a second? Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you, but this
Sure.
might be,
Mhm.
so when I went in to vote at the library on Tuesday, I voted, and one of the inspectors said, well, this is the last year we'll be using these things. I'm like, what do you mean? I go, not us. What are you talking about? She said, yeah, they're giving us voting tablets now.
The iPads, yeah.
Why can't we use voting tablets? Why can't they just pivot with us too?
They intend to, but it would appear that they won't be ready. So they just sent out a letter to all the various villages and said, you're on your own this time. And it looks like they're trying to get out of the election business in terms of providing either the pads or the machines. So there's a big hubbub between the villages and trying to figure it out, but also with other entities. So I spent some time speaking with the school today, with a contact at the school, because they're in the same bind. So they also have machines set aside from Board of Elections. Unbeknownst to me, because we're all figuring this out as we go, having the machines does not end the issue, and I haven't spoken with the treasurer yet. But you have to, the machines are at 0 cost, but you need software and people.
And people to work, yeah.
Right, so all of that comes out to about $10,000. Okay, which we don't even have anything close to that in our election budget, so we're trying to figure it out as a group and perhaps a shared service with the school. There are some entities that have already talking about paper ballots. So NICOM sent out a letter yesterday, and is asking the villages to sign off on a letter saying that this is burdensome, and telling the Board of Elections that it's really not at all feasible. We don't have the money financially, we don't have the resources. So the entire process is being upended. We don't know who would approve ballots before they go from the printer, before they get to the machine. We don't know how that's done. We don't know if it's going to be Dominion. We don't know who's doing any of this.
So Nikon's involved, so is this statewide then, that this is happening?
It's definitely countywide, for sure. I can't speak to state, but it's definitely countywide.
It was Nikon that's doing the letter, or Skavoa that's doing the letter?
Scavoa sending a letter too.
Skavoa.
Skavoa too.
Oh,
Yeah.
as well as Nikon?
I would suspect that NICOM sent the letter to the villages to ask them to sign off on it. But Sugovoa has a letter draft, and I actually wrote back and said, is there any legislative, did I send you that? Is there any legal requirement that, like, what's the legal stance on all this? Is it just we're doing it because we're the Board of Elections and we've always done it this way, or?
And we can, right.
But, so Peter B., who is the attorney for Skavoa, is looking into the legal precedent of this and why it was set up this way in the first place. So maybe we just, look, maybe you just set up your own system. I don't know. How
Well-
hard can it be?
Well, an interesting, how hard can it be?
We get volunteers.
What about,
So,
what about people that are registered? They're not supplying anything like that? Registered voters, do we have to have our own voter registration?
I believe they're still, well, it's a good question, but we think that they're still supplying the poll rosters, right? We think. And supposedly, also phone time in terms of when you call in to see if someone's registered. So other interesting questions abound. One that I discussed with the school district today was, okay, we have these machines, okay? Let's say we get the software. Now, who are we having at the machine in case there's a breakdown, right? So that's part of the $10,000 that we would be spending, but then it's $10,000 every election.
I see hanging chads in our future.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. Another, can we get around it by hiring an independent contractor? For example, I'm aware of someone who worked for the Board of Elections and worked our machines and no longer does, but that person is very familiar with the machines. So can we do that? Is that valid enough? We don't know what the rules and regulations are going to be, or do we have to, are we obligated to get someone from Dominion? It's problematic. I feel grateful that this is a 2-trustee election and not a mayor, trustees, and judges election, because that would have been really, really bad. So I hate to say it could be worse, because that's like, you know?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm still confused as
Okay.
to why we can't use the tablets too. Like, I don't understand that. They're going to tablets, why wouldn't they just make it a universal tablet issue?
Because I don't think they have the tablets yet. As far as we know, they don't have the tablets yet. So they're first trying to get rid of their inventory of all their old machines, because it works for them, and then they'll start introducing the tablets. And the tablets are great. You know, I'd love to use the tablets.
Go back to the booths where you used to flip the.
Love it, my favorite. My favorite.
Yeah.
So right now, we do have 2 machines and 6 privacy booths on hold for us. That's what was approved. And while they're at no cost, we have to find out the ramifications of everything else.
Maybe your chief inspector, your lead inspector can be the village's inspector. You know? Is that what you're thinking? Like, he was the supervisor of the inspectors, right? Kind of
Yes,
thing?
correct. Another option I discussed with the school, thank you, Mary. Another option I discussed with the school district today, but then those people all have to go to training on the machine.
Well, okay.
Who's training them?
Right.
Yeah.
So, just a few questions. Questions abound.
Maybe Brian McCaffrey can train him. Okay. Just off of the building and planning report, I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention, if you haven't seen it, that there are 2 new business registrations recorded in the past month. One is La Cova Restaurant, which is the former Port Bistro behind Starbucks and on the back end of Trader's Cove, the first restaurant there. That's an Italian restaurant, family style, apparently very popular, moving from Port Jeff Station area. And Gray Photography, which is moving into where the Salt Cave was. Also, I presented a resiliency. I presented at the Long Island Sound Partnership Coastal Resiliency Forum at the Village Center on October 8th. I just talked about where the village is, how it got here with its flooding, and we did a walking tour with high flooding areas. We talked to the business owners and those businesses and stuff. It was pretty fun and interesting, and they awarded me a PhD in climate resiliency after that presentation. It was my thesis, and I passed. No, but the reason I'm bringing it up is because the Civic has asked to that I give the presentation there. So I'm going to tweak it a little bit and present it there on Monday night, November 10th, I think it is. And other things, the town of Brookhaven is doing a similar tabling exercise for their local waterfront revitalization plan. They have a Department of State grant, and they're taking feedback from the community on what the community would like to see go into their plan. The village is not a stakeholder in the plan, but they will take our input because we're obviously, we lease property that they own over at Centennial Park, and we are certainly right up against their waterfront in on the harbor, on the marina. And also, if you look at the whole catchment area, it includes Cedar Beach and the Cedar Beach Inlet. And one of my notes there was, hey, can you please extend the jetty for erosion control? So this is the kind of money that we're talking about them needing to revitalize their local waterfront areas. This is the town of Brookhaven. Jonathan there was an open house across the street last week, and they did some tabling there, and I know they're going to have more. There is a website, and we'll identify that website next week when our project plan is submitted, so nobody gets our plans confused and what we're asking people to do. But I just wanted to bring your attention to it because you might have some ideas, and I'll bring it to the Erosion Commission meeting tomorrow night. Bob is not available for the Erosion Commission meeting tomorrow night, so if any other trustee has time and you have your meeting, but Trustee Franco, you want to come to the Erosion Commission meeting, you're certainly welcome to go. Josephine Castelli has been here for a couple of weeks now, and she's hitting the ground running, taking a look at a lot of things, and she's already started reviewing and revising application forms to make them easy to use and consistent and accurate. Sylvia, I also wanted to ask you about the record retention project. Is there anything that anything changed over the past few weeks?
No, we're still in process. Need to work with Jen Hildreth on the labeling. We have the labels in-house, and we need to work on labeling what can go to Brookhaven, and Mary and I need to get to see the 100 boxes.
Okay.
That's those two things.
Okay.
Those two things. We had set some time aside. It didn't work out, so we need to just, I think, yeah, set a day when we just do that.
There's a lot. There is, on the Make a Difference website, there's a group called the Community Relations working group. And that really consists of, we meet quarterly, it consists of the not-for-profits in the area. And at the last meeting, we all agreed, we had a pretty good turnout, we all agreed that it's time to start working on the village's 250th anniversary of the revolution, the independence, planning for what we want to see in the village of Port Jefferson next year. So we've got participation from Arts Council, Drowned Meadow Cottage Museum, and curators Mark Sternberg and Chris Ryan, the Chamber, Historical Society, and Jen Hildreth is involved with this, as is, who else sitting around that table? It's a good group, and, Theater 3, so, and the Explorium. So Conservancy 2 also. So the goal is to put together some events that can, and the LISEC too, for the whaleboat. So we're identifying some dates on the calendar to actually coincide with things that we want to do that help create a theme and continuity that we can share also with the county to put on their overarching calendar of events for the 250th anniversary. So what we were looking at kicking off with is, and this was just preliminarily discussed on Tuesday, so Mark Sternberg's writing a book about, the Port Jefferson's participation in the Spy Ring. Caleb Brewster, Phillips Row House, the Drowned Meadow Cottage, everything, the whaleboats, et cetera, Mount Misery, locations, et cetera. So his first chapter is, they discuss this, that they would create a play about the first chapter of his book. So Theater 3 is doing that. So we're looking at that in April. Yeah. So anybody they're doing tryouts, they're doing like, no singing. But Doug's very excited about it, and he'll pull together the components. He'll talk to Mark. They'll work on the screenplay, whatever it is, the play itself. So that's sometime in April we're looking at. And then the second event that we've discussed is the launch of the whaleboat, which literally launch of the whaleboat on May 2nd. So mark your calendars, and anyone that wants to get involved in the planning for the 250th, you're welcome. It's overwhelming. We're meeting, though, every Tuesday at noon. Not next Tuesday, but after next Tuesday, every Tuesday at noon, in Village Hall, in the meeting room downstairs. So if you want to take, it's up to you. But this is pretty exciting. It's pretty fun. We're going to involve the chamber to get stores involved. We have a name for it. They talked about it and decided upon it when I was out of the room, so I'm not really sure what it is yet, but we're getting minutes from the meeting. Doug took the minutes, and we'll AI them out, and then you can all read up on it and see what's being discussed. And taking, this is a committee, this is a working group that has no restrictions on it. Anybody that wants to get involved can get involved. So just putting it out there. And I think that is, the Scavoa holiday party's coming up. Did you get that notification? I'm going to be away. I'm going to be away for Dickens Festival. So I have asked the deputy mayor to become the mayor in my stead, because there are jobs that the mayor has to do, handing the key to the village and then accepting it back. And Bob, you're away that weekend too?
That weekend as well, yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else here away? Want to, it's
Dickens.
it's a big deal, kind of a big deal. I will let Alan Varela know that you're interested. If you want to get costumes, the Arts Council takes you to their storage facility on Sheep Pasture Road, on the corner of Sheep Pasture Road. They have a storage facility in that public storage building. You want to get costumes? You can be whoever you want. It's fun.
Yeah, last year I think I raided your closet
Yeah,
in your office.
yeah. For the closing. Yeah, you did too. But they have really cool stuff up there. So, yeah, where were you? Where were you? Okay, all right. I think, anybody have questions?
So
Any-
one piece of good news, I got a call from a resident today.
Uh-huh.
He's renovating a house in the village, and he said, I gotta tell you, it is unbelievably so pleasant to work with the building inspector. He said Kevin's been coming by, he says he had nothing but rave reviews for him, so. We always get complaints, so I just wanted to pass that along. So
That's very nice.
he said it was so easy to work with him, and
Kevin is great.
yeah.
He
so-
is. Yeah, that's good to hear. All right. That's all I got. We'll send the notice out about the Scavo holiday party. So a table would be nice. It's usually in Patchogue. I don't know why they always have it in Patchogue. I don't like that. But, all right, if there's no other business,
Motion.
do we have a motion to conclude? the-
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.